Executor Melmetal. Does baby metal need a metal energy to amass? I think it does, yeah? We could play metal eggs with no grass energy. It just becomes more scuffed. Becomes more scuffed later. OB, thank you for the 7 months. I totally forgot to respond to your DM. I'm gonna try and remember to do that this afternoon when I'm done. Thank you for the 3/4. Area, thank you for the brand new primer. Appreciate that new support. Good morning, good morning. Articuno, Lubidion. Sure, righto. Those are some like fine Pokemon pocket cards. Yeah, the best anecdote I heard for ByteDance taking down Marvel Snap is like, you tell your kid they can't have a cookie and they throw a fit and they're like, they take the whole package of cookies, they go, fine, I can't have a cookie, nobody's having a cookie, and then they throw the whole package of cookies in the garbage can. That's basically what happened. Hey, congrats on your 5-win run, Happy-O. Good morning, good morning. Different Melmetal. You know what we had tried, that I wouldn't mind revisiting? We had played, there was a Melmetal, Pidgeot build that had been making the rounds before... Mythical Island released, and I wouldn't mind revisiting that. I'm freezing in my basement. Yeah, I've got my little tower here behind me is a space heater. Having COVID flashbacks as my children log on to laptops for remote learning. My kingdom for default flares, yes. Let's play Arbok Weezing with Meowth Persian. Sounds good, Dyne. Thank you for the tip. This probably wants a 5th basic and at least 1 Giovanni. Actually, do I need Leaf? I wonder if X speed's better in this deck, because Leaf is only... This might be a 2-1 in the other direction favoring X speed. Dina comes to you and says you get 1 change for the deck editor. What is it? How the cards sort. I mean, I've got like a 2-page list of things the deck editor needs, but how the cards sort while visually displayed the deck list is definitely number 1. They need to sort by Pokedex entry desperately. Bruxish Greninja. Yeah, we could do that. Thanks for the tip, AK man. I just put a Farfetch in here and call it a day. Oh, I need to open my packs here real quick. Clear my missions. Hey, Kybol, thanks for continuing on with your sub after your gift runs out. Appreciate that support. I'll be absolutely shocked if we don't get Dark and Steel EX Pokemon in the packs here at the end of the month. For clarity, Rido, do you mean baby Articuno or big Articuno? Digging for Blastoise. Yeah, there's always one that's gonna escape you. Yeah, I want one more two-star Starmie so I can flare the second one. It is definitely cold here in Illinois. It's so cold they closed the schools. Do schools not have heating? So the schools have heating, but it's a problem with transporting the children to and from the schools. Buses don't do great in the cold. When the kids are going home today, it's supposed to be like -25 is the current forecast. I think I finished all the event missions, yeah? Where are those? Those are Wonder Pick, Premium. Where do the event missions pop up at? Click here? Are we interfacing? I think we're interfacing. I've completed all these. Okay, cool. So we'll go back to play to the regular queue. Bug Times Prime. I've been enjoying the tournament rounds you've been playing. Glad to see you enjoying a game and getting competitive. Hopefully the numbers keep going up and do it full time. Thanks for the 2.5 years, Funk. Appreciate you contributing to keep me around. And Cardboard Tech coming in hot for the almost 5 years. Yeah, a majority of the kids down where I live bus to school. And the buses in -25-degree weather is not a good mixture. Wait a second. I've got a Melmetal to start. Lovely. No Moltres from the opponent is a very, very good start for the home team here. Get amassing here. The Phantom Crew, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate that. Good morning. Oh goodness. Do they have Giovanni? Holy, absolutely cooked, gamers. Okay, so I think the game plan here is put this up and hit the Amass again, because the Charizard builds are pretty unlikely to have, the Charizard builds are pretty unlikely to have, 2 Giovanni. Oh, and they evolved. I was gonna say I'm gonna be forced to, I thought they were gonna hit me again, but now I just get to do this. If they're going right to Charizard, they're losing this race. Yeah, they go Charizard next turn, don't do anything, and then I go Energy Crack you for 120. Hey, Moriani, thank you for the 19 months. Appreciate it. I think we're just done here. Like, I guess they could have Leaf to pull this out and not lose the energy, but if they don't have Leaf, and actually with that draw, the Leaf's not even gonna be good enough, right? They're gonna need Leaf plus another bench Pokemon. My metal man, gaze upon his face and weep. Yeah, the metal sound is very tactile. Well done. Yeah, we're actually just completely done here. Mind if I submit another idea of the same stream? Yeah, that's fine. I'll probably be the last one we take this morning, because that'll be 4 in queue. We're gonna be doing tournament rounds in about 2.5 hours, so it'll slow down the play rate a little bit when that happens. I'm gonna play Pikachu EX in the tournament this afternoon, I think. It's my favorite of the stock good decks, and I want to try the Galvantula build. And I haven't played a stockpile on stream in a little bit. I think we're gonna do that this afternoon. Going first. I think against Water Energy I can lead Meltian. Water Energy is likely to be Drudagon. So dig in for some more cards here. Just go ahead and fill the bench out. Play around a red card, might as well. Was that last deck the best deck for Moltres? Yeah, the Charizard Arcanine deck is the established best Moltres build. If you look in both the metagame roundup and my recommended decks for the 5-win streak, you can find my preferred build of that. Lovely. Get a massing here. Power this up, and then we'll hit the amass again here. If we hit Mr. Metal next turn, we'll be in a decent spot. One in 3 for that tap, with 6 cards left. Moltres gonna be a fire type staple for a long time. Yeah, almost assuredly. I think I'm gonna start building up second Meltan here. Since I've got nothing to do, I don't really want to attack the Drudagon with the Pidgeot, I don't think. I think I'd be down to build Promo Mankey. I think Sinceo is just a pretty terrible card, unfortunately. I think we're probably cooked at this point. Well, I guess it depends. They have to have Blastoise, right? We're missing our stage 1. They might be missing their stage 2. But if they have the Blastoise, they're just like queued up to start dealing 160 a bunch. I suppose they put up Blastoise. I Melmetal hit them for 120, and then the Pidgeot clears if they don't have 2 potions. Two Melmetals, 3 cards, and a Dream. Well, good news is I'm guaranteed to draw Melmetal next turn. I think we might actually be winning this game. So they need double potion to beat us here, because we're guaranteed to draw Melmetal. Melmetal clears this, and then they would need 2 things that survive a 120 hit. Yeah, only 1 potion means our Geo is good here. Melmetal, literally the bottom 2 cards of the deck, and we're gonna end up pulling it out here. It looks like. They have a heavy impact on the game. In the end, our brick was more powerful. Yep. Get us all caught up. Sick. Are you a fan of Melmetal gameplay? Yeah, I think he's a sweet, solid card. Alright, we need to take a brief pause for the cause and tap our first ad break of the hour. We'll throw this Melmetal deck up on the screen. We're definitely going to be playing some more with it when we get back. It's a build that did some stuff pre-Mythical Island that we're revisiting. Thanks everybody for hanging out and don't go anywhere. We're going to be playing a tournament later this afternoon. We'll play viewer decks until then. I appreciate the folks that send stuff in. Get off my lazy posterior and get on the bike, me thanks. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tap the like button on the live stream. Got 200 folks over there and only 62 button pressers so far. Oh yeah, we can unpin the submit command. Good call. Tentatively full. 4 more up after this one. We'll probably get through like 2 of them before the tournament, then we'll do 2 of them between rounds. We can take a second to show if I got my new Into the AM sweater in. Love the colors on this one. It's so good. Very vibrant. They do a select number of their prints on hoodies every fall/winter. I was using your muck deck from the highlights today. I got the emblem straight away. Nice, Jiggy. Yeah, the Leaf is such a good addition to Muck Gaming. We all got so caught up on Sculliopeed when it launched. Dino Con, thank you for the 20 buttons. Welcome back. Star Wars or Star Trek? I never really gotten either of them. Any thoughts on Kingler? Not a remotely competitive card. Mass Effect. Mass Effect is a series I played through start to finish. It's very good. Enjoyed Mass Effect. I see some folks using the sub goal command. So, as many of you know, I've been doing stuff on Twitch here for a really long time, and we've been focusing on Pocket for the last month or so now. And Pocket's definitely my favorite game right now, but my direct support has fallen off pretty considerably, moving from doing Snap stuff, so I'm throwing the sub goal up to see if we can rustle up some extra support from people that have been enjoying the daily content. And I don't think I'll stop doing Pocket if we end up falling short of it come the end of the month, but we'll probably go back to splitting our time with other things. Is the plan. So if you enjoy what I do here and you'd like to keep my main focus on Pocket, you can afford to sub, or you have a free Amazon Prime sub lying around, consider throwing it my way. Thanks, Blarg, appreciate it. As a point of reference, because I don't mind talking about the business side of things for people who are new here, for the 2 years I spent focused on Marvel Snap, I averaged about 2,700 concurrent subs on Twitch. So 22 would be a little bit down from that, but not enough that I would want to split time, because I really am enjoying Pocket. Crundle returns. Thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. Dino Cow, thank you for the 20 months. You kicked my Melmetal, my Meltan, rude. Worth noting that this blunts damage from Stretch Kick, which is nice. This only takes 10 from Stretchy Kicks now. I'm just gonna go ahead and evolve that, put an energy on it, and get Slap in here. McDonald's is giving hourglasses for Pocket and their Happy Meals. Yep. My toddler will be pleased. Our opponent learning the valuable lesson of that's how this works. I'm going to put the energy on Pidgeot this turn, and I'm going to go ahead and clear this Hitmonlee, I think, and that they want to put Marshadow up and clear this. We can Pidgeot him on the backswing is the plan. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Breakfasty. Hey, Jeff, I'm not sure if I want to get the Rainbow Edge Gengar or Machamp. With my pack points, what do you recommend? I mean, neither of those are really format powerhouses. Machamp is slightly less bad, I suppose. Sure. I feel like them not taking a knockout is huge for me here, yeah? Maybe they're just not playing around the leaf. It's possible I'm supposed to potion this to stave off another Hitmonlee. Saving the potion here means that I get to insulate this from... Saving the potion here means this doesn't die to what's it called though? Giovanni plus Aerodactyl, which is nice. So we're gonna potion here to play around their 2-of supporter. Oh, do they not have the Aerodactyl? They must, yeah. Hey, Nifty, thank you for the membership on the YouTube side. Appreciate it. Zero, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That's super generous of you. Good morning, good morning. I think I want to mark damage on Aerodactyl here. There's just a question of, do I want to mark it with Pidgeot or do I want to mark it with Farfetch'd? I think I want to mark it with Farfetch'd, yeah? That's so close. I guess if I... Actually... Am I supposed to just do this? I think I'm actually supposed to do this. Because what this does is... This means they have to put another 80 plus HP thing on the bench. And even if they do that, I could top deck Giovanni to clear them. Yeah, they get to crunch this, but they need another thing to beat the drive off here now. Since I'm at 2 points. Yeah, they're just dead. Yeah, this was the line. I think because we're on 2 points, we're supposed to mark damage here and be like, okay, you need another Hitmonlee or Mars Shadow to not just be dead next turn. Even if you hit that, I could buy time and hit the Giovanni and clean you still. This card's so satisfying to get the play rate right. Hit my 5-win streak with the Zolteon Zeb Strika list. Nice roller, dude. Yeah, that one put up a result in one of the Ursi tournaments too. That core is real solid. Jolteon in general feels like one of those cards that's super close. And Iraq, thank you for the over 2.5 years. Welcome back. Good morning. Going first, don't really have options on who we're leading on here. Meltan into Drudagon is lovely. Looking for some more basics. Wish granted. It's cool how many B tier decks are viable to put up results in this game. They really did a phenomenal job with their first set balance. When deck submissions are open, there will be a link pinned above the chat with instructions. So we're full up for today. Actually filled up quicker than usual today. Normally we fill in the first hour or so. So I like to try and play things for a reasonable amount of time, so it can only take 4 to 6 per stream typically. I probably want the flexibility to have second Melmetal against Gyarados. I'm not going to lock this last bench slot in just yet. That's a Hypno. I think we power up the bird in the back and just keep amassing here for the time being. Game's probably going to come down to whether or not they have Gyarados. Can you evolve a Pokemon that's asleep? Not only can you evolve a Pokemon that's asleep, but evolving a Pokemon clears all status conditions. Pidgeot is actually a really good draw here because it means I can start taking knockout points without having to take damage from Rough Skin. And this is an important break point because Melmetal only takes 120 from a Gyarados. So getting a knockout point here without having to take a Rough Skin means that unless they have Giovanni, my Melmetal's going to get to hit the Gyarados back. So they're gonna need second Drudagon here. Hypno seems like it has low odds of doing anything. Yes, the card is not very good. It's 75% to do nothing on any given turn. And its rates on health and damage aren't very good. Melmetal's ability doesn't work on Druid against Rough Skin. It does not. Melmetal's Pokemon ability explicitly applies to attacks, and Rough Skin is not an attack, it's a Pokemon ability. Leaf. Leaf! So now I think I need to... This is actually kind of a close decision, because there could be merit to just not giving them time, but they might have Gyarados. Like, statistically, they're likely to have Gyarados. So I think I want to take this knockout here with this, and then ideally have Drive Off plus Heavy Impact to clean something out in the back afterwards. Hypno doing what it does best, aka absolutely nothing. Does Melmetal take less damage from Lumineon? Yes, attacks from Lumineon and Hitmonlee while this is on the bench get reduced because they are attacks still, they're not abilities. Yeah, hopefully they bottom to Gyarados with this mythical slab that's very silly in their deck. I'm gonna potion here so they don't get a point for free. And then we're probably just done here, right? I pick up my second point, and then Melmetal plus Pidgeot is ready to clean out one of their backline, even if they put Gyarados up here. They would need a Gyarados plus like a 130, 140 plus for the bench, because I have Giovanni even. Your daily pack stack, or do you have to open? You can stack up to 2 daily packs, only 24 hours worth. So you can't just build up a bunch of them waiting for the next set, no. You can hold hourglasses, though. Hourglasses will carry over. Our next deck after this one is going to be some Arbok, Weezing, Meowth for the full Team Rocket experience. Not an amazing opener for us here. Although, that's not a terrible pickup. Hey, Simba. Thanks for hanging out. Glad you enjoyed it. I suppose if they have Graveler, they could go Energy 20, Energy 40. Which kind of means I need to draw Melmetal right away. Do you have a preferred Melmetal deck? I think The build with Drudagon and Mew and Tauros is really solid. I'll have a highlight with that on the Pocket channel later this week. We recorded with it a little bit ago. Really? You'd rather tackle my Pidgey? This must mean they don't have Graveler, yeah? At least that's what it reads like to me. Yeah, it's gonna burn another X speed. Get to a mass here again. Two big boys and 2 research and 11 cards here, so about 40%. Opponent having what I like to refer to as an average stage 2 draw and deciding things aren't going to work out and moving on. Yeah, I think one of the smartest design decisions the Pocket team made when designing cards in this game is choosing lower powered options. I'd much rather, I think the game having X speed and Leaf as opposed to Switch and Sabrina instead of Boss's Orders makes for much more interesting gameplay. You know, I'm actually, so this is one of those sequencing things where, because I'm looking to draw Pidgey and Meltan, we want to research before we Pokeball, because research before we Pokeball makes it slightly more likely that we get 2 basics. We bricked, which is unfortunate, but it's definitely the right sequence here. An anonymous benefactor gifting 5 subs to the channel. Thank you for that, whoever you are out there. Creeping us up towards 2,000 sub points out of our 2,200 goal. Honestly, I think this card being a format staple is a testament to how incredibly tightly balanced everything is in this metagame right now. Like, truly, it is a testament to... It is a testament to how close everything is, that like plus 10 damage is like, yes, this is a big deal. Redshift, thank you for the brand new Prime support. And Johnny, thank you for the 5 gifted as well. So if they put an energy on here and blast this, Giovanni with a stage 1 here would let us clear this back, and they're spending both their energies to do this. Oh, and they're just clearing my basic. Yeah, I don't have a stage 1, so they're gonna spend their energies, and then Duck's gonna pick up a knockout. I guess they're pretty aggressively posed with this in the background. I do need another basic here to get building. Nice. They have no cards. Do I just get this going? I think I just get this going. It's close though. You know, if I would have leafed last turn, I'd be getting my next energy on this next turn. I should have leafed last turn. Opponent might have a shot because I didn't leaf the previous turn. This would be ready to go, and we just crunch them down here. AK Man, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. Good morning, good morning. So this Giovanni here means that the poison clears this next turn in theory. However, we have the potion, so we're going to be A-okay on that front. You think they'll increase the deck size as more cards come out? I think it's really weird that the Pokemon Pocket community keeps asking that question. No, for maybe it's because it's a lot of people's first card game. That must be it. Generally speaking, games don't have dynamic deck sizes. Like, the deck size you have at the start is the deck size the card game's gonna have. So no, absolutely not. They're not gonna make the deck sizes different. Yes, a lot of the game balancing comes around how many cards are in the deck and the fact that Professor's Research and Pokeball are 2 of them. Wait, what? Honey. I will say it's a testament to how weaknesses in this game work on average, that, like, it's looking like our Melmetal deck's gonna be 2-0 against fire builds this morning. It feels, making the weakness plus 20 damage as opposed to 2x like in the paper card game really makes it so it's, this matchup is like, has different breakpoints as opposed to is an instant win. What are the best decks for the new event? You should check out my Pocket YouTube channel where yesterday's video was best decks for the Emblem event. In general, I think you want to play decks that avoid having super polarized matchups. So things like Gyarados can be a little bit scuffed because they like auto lose to things like Zebstrika and Hitmonlee, for example. I'm an old school Pokemon TCG player and the deck size there was 60. I thought, yeah, that's a different game though. So this Pokemon Pocket is a new version of the Pokemon TCG. It's not going to be something that they slowly turn into the original one. If you want to play the original base Pokemon TCG Live is a digital client that already does that. So Pocket, one of the many reasons why it's successful is that it's Pokemon TCG reimagined for the digital age in 2024. We don't need to argue with people like that, Duck. We could just tell them to move on. If they were to modify it, what change would make Misty more balanced? Something a lot of gamers struggle to understand is just because you don't like a card or a card feels bad to play against doesn't mean it's unbalanced. All of our metrics from Pocket's first quarter of tournaments show that Misty is a competitive, reasonable card that is in no way unbalanced. Does it feel bad to play against? Yes, absolutely feels bad to play against. Is it a design that I would probably enjoy Pocket more if it didn't exist? Also yes. But both of those things are very different than this card is too powerful. What's your favorite Greninja build? If by favorite, you mean my personal favorite, I like the Tauros Druddigon with a Mew. If favorite by what's the most powerful, definitely Gyarados is the most powerful. All right, we need to take a brief pause for the cause and roll some adverts. We're gonna build our next viewer deck submission in that break time where we're playing some Arbok Weezing. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button on the live stream. serve up an advert over there as well. We've also been pedaling long enough this morning that I gotta downgrade the hoodie to the t-shirt before we sweat through it. Are the pedals expensive? I'm thinking about getting one. They're comparable to like the price of a decent office chair. Like $300 to $500 depending on what you get. My sponsor, Flex-a-Spot, makes a couple of them. You can look under their exercise equipment. Can you explain why Pokeflute isn't worth it? I run it with good success and you said in a video it wasn't worth it, so I'm curious. So Pokeflute is a good example of what we call a win more card in a TCG. Pokeflute is a card that's only good in a Victory Bell deck when your Victory Bell is online, your powerful stage 2. And when your powerful stage 2 is online, you generally speaking don't need more cards to make it better. So playing a card that's terrible, except when you already have your best thing going on, is generally speaking not good deck building or game theory. So it means when you're winning even more. But that's about all it does. Weezing, Snake. I need a Persian too for the request. I don't know if we have room for 2 Giovanni per flavor, but I think we can fit one in. I'm playing the Wigglytuff deck a lot. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, the Wigglytuff deck's the type of deck that's some of the most satisfying to play in a card game. Ones where you just have play no matter what you run into. Losing at the loading screen is never fun. What tournament? I'm playing in a nude tournament on Limitless today. About 2 hours. How do you make it so the same cards use the same flares? You gotta pay for the flare twice. I hope they don't introduce too many energy acceleration into the game. I think looking at their initial designs in these sets, it's very clear that they are being very cautious with how they introduce extra energy. Geodude Toro scheming, eh? Meow, that's right. Is there a full art Burfinch? There's not. I wish we had full arts for more cards in this game. It's one of the things I missed from Snap, having good cosmetics for every card. And leaf out and get Crackalack in here. Except Nocturne, yes. Nocturne still has no good art. That's true. She's gonna finally get a decent variant in February, right? This deck is Team Rocket Pokemon from the anime. That is the submitter's deck building request, yeah. There was a Spotlight variant for Nocturne this week. Yeah, but it's awful. Subjective. Art's subjective, but really not a fan. I don't know that we're going to be able to get through this, chat. We do not have any heavy hitters. It takes 30 less from its attacks now. Marty, what's this button do? I've never seen it before. I would wager you've probably seen that button about 97 times before. Thank you for rapidly approaching the triple-digit sub club. Appreciate the generous tier 3 and the eternity duration. We're gonna come up short here, yeah? They take 10 from poison, they take 10 from poison, and I just don't have enough oomph to finish here. Even without potion, we're gonna end up short. Golem just solos us, unfortunately. Pokemon Pocket is running a promotion with McDonald's, giving you pack hourglasses in your Happy Meals. My daughter will be thrilled. She'll get chicken nuggets and more Pokemon cards. If I top deck our one of Persian, we could win this game. 1 in 8. Research is a redraw. Rip. Persian would have done 10 plus poison would have done 10. GG opponent. No, I'm not memeing. Let me find the thing. When you order a Happy Meal on the McDonald's app, earn 24 pack hourglasses and 12 Wonder hourglasses. So, like, it's worse than buying the things directly, but if you're someone with a child who is going to buy them a Happy Meal anyways, they get a couple of card packs with it. There's also physical Pokemon cards inside of the Happy Meals as well. FYI. 2 packs worth of hourglasses. And then some wonder pick points as well. We're going first, and I have coughing into Weezing. Correct. Matt Maxon, thank you for the over 6 years. Welcome back. Appreciate it. He's got some esports energy over there. BDP, thank you for the 71 months. Good morning, good morning. Misty. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, cool. We get to play a game. We get to play a game. If I toggle the gas leak, they go 20, 10, 10, and then 10, 10. They clear this. Arbok clears this. Yeah, I think that's the line. I'll leave this last slot for another coughing, I think. How long have you been a streamer for, Jeff? My Twitch account is like 13 years old at this point, almost. I've been fortunate enough to be able to call content my full-time job for the better part of almost 8 years now. My bike chair is made by a company called Flex the Spot. You can find their links on Amazon there. Although, I suppose the downside here now is they can retreat this and then wash out energies up to this, and then this won't die. But I have quarter, which seems fine. It's a darn shame I don't have a I don't have a Koga here. Is there a place to send in viewer submissions? On days when viewer deck submissions are still open, you'll find a link pinned above the chat. But usually they fill up in the first hour. I was arguing with my friend that their deck wasn't amazing because they had a 5-win streak. It reminded me about your quote about anecdotes and data. Can you remind me what it was? Yes, the plural of anecdote is not data. Is a saying I am fond of. And then we are very dead here with 2 Misty Heads into a Gyarados. And that's something that happens in every card game I've ever played, is you'll ask someone to explain to you why a deck is good that they're playing, and they'll just tell you, well, I won a lot with the deck. And something that's interesting that players always seem to fail to draw the comparison between is that it's pretty well accepted that, like, a good player with a good deck can fail to do well due to variance. But the opposite is true too, right? A bad player or a bad deck can do well due to variance. And the best example of that is the Golem deck in Pokemon Pocket we had recently, right? Like, there was so much clickbait hype generated around Golem as a card when it won that first community tournament, like the first week of the format. And then obviously it fell completely flat on its face because as a whole, the deck isn't very good. But there were so many people super hype on it because it posted a single result. I got the bike chair for Christmas, but it still has yet to be built. I believe in you. It's pretty straightforward to put together. You should get on that so you can get on the bike. I'm not seeing the Pokemon promo in my McDonald's app here in Canada. Is it stateside only? We may not have fancy things like affordable healthcare here in the United States, but we've got promotions in the McDonald's app. Checkmate, gamers. Yes, the McDonald's Pokemon promo is unfortunately stateside only for people who live elsewhere. Our junk food comes with toys. Oh yeah. Imagine. McDonald's can't have toys in Happy Meals in Canada. I hadn't heard that before. That's wild. Yes, if you live in the United States, you can get a couple of free booster packs if you order a kid's meal in the McDonald's app. Arbok here is a great pickup. If they don't have a potion, this lets us clear the Moltres, and the corner locks it into play here, which is great. Don't you worry, Canada. The same people that had to move their inauguration inside because it was too cold out yesterday, they're gonna invade the North and Greenland and bring you freedom. Freedom and Happy Meal toys are coming your way. Don't you doubt for a minute. All right, are we supposed to put an energy on Ekans or put an energy on Meowth? I think we're in trouble to the Charizard either way. I think we put an energy here. It's so close. I feel like our out to win this is gonna be, we need to draw second Arbok and Sabrina. Oh, do I have Sabrinas in this deck? I think I actually didn't have room for Sabrina. I'm thinking back to the deck editor now. I want to double check. I think we need to slide Sabrina in. I think I had a Giovanni and not a Sabrina because of the theme. Morning, Johnny. Mega turn. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate it. Lance! I was a sub back in the Magic days, and I'm loving the Pocket content and hope to see more of it. Thank you. It's gonna have, we had a lot of the old time Magic players back for Pocket. Definitely a much more traditional card game. Who's got two thumbs and is very dead to a Charizard? This guy right here. On the off chance they don't have a Charizard, we have a chance. Oh, you did say Singleton Meowth, didn't you? Yeah, we can cut the second Meowth for a Sabrina. If the second Meowth had been a Sabrina, we probably would have won this with the Arbok top deck. Oh my goodness, do they not have it? Gamers, if they don't have it, we're gonna win this because of this. Holy. Kenobi, thank you for the 47 months. Welcome back. I guess I should have evolved a Persian. All right, gamers. They only have. They've played both their researches, so they're only 1 in 3 to find the Charizard here. They could be sandbagging it, but realistically, they probably don't have it. Unlucky. It's worth noting that had I had a Sabrina here, the Arbok would have won this game on the back line. But we're gonna go down because our deck's built wrong. Pyreal Cathos, thank you for re-upping for the 2nd month. Welcome back. Kenobi, thanks for the almost 4 years. All right, let's add a couple of Sabrinas in here, huh? Our snakes definitely need that. Jeff, did you start off playing Magic the Gathering, the physical game? Yeah, so for a number of years, I traveled and played Magic the Gathering competitively because I am both very stupid and hate my money. In fact, a fun anecdote I like to frequently share is that one of the years I was traveling to play competitively, I finished 2nd on the tournament tour in terms of overall points from their ranking system. And when I did my taxes at the end of that year, I had made 21,000 USD in prize money. And then when I added up gas, plane tickets, cards, food, hotel room, I spent about $19,000 traveling and on equipment. And the moral of this story is I turned a profit that year. You ever on the Pro Tour? No, playing on the Pro Tour was an even bigger spew than playing on the smaller circuits. So there's a reason why most of the people you see that grind the Pro Tour are like hedge fund managers and lawyers and other like professionals with high paying jobs. When I was traveling to play Magic competitively, I was like in grad school and then working like a $12 an hour job afterwards. Couldn't afford to fly around the country 2 or 3 times a month or fly around the world. So the tournament circuit I played in was run by an independent place called Star City Games. And they ran tournaments largely in the Midwest and on the East Coast, which was drivable from where I lived. Do you play the digital Magic game? Once upon a time, digital Magic was my full-time content, but I moved out of that because Wizards stopped making a game that I enjoyed. Yeah, Star City Games technically still exists. They don't run regular tournament series anymore post-COVID, but sporadically, they run some of the bigger Magic events still. What was the farthest you traveled for Magic the Gathering? I played an invitational in Seattle once upon a time. If I draw 2nd Arbok, we can clear this Mewtwo, but it's actually not going to be good enough, right? Because they're going to go energy from Gardevoir here, energy for the turn here. We draw Arbok, clear this. This will be ready to clear us to get the next point on the backswing. This is the type of multi-turn thinking you need to think about here. Like, I'll concede this game and people will be like, well, why'd you leave, Jeff? You could win. It's like, no. We don't lose this game by the next turn, but we lose it in 2 to 3 turns. We're checkmated. Star City is running all of the big USA regionals now and Grand Prix. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, they're good at what they do. They were always the best tournament organizer in the US. Great, just looking for some stage ones. We've got 2 researchers here to go digging for him. We got 5 looks at the Weezing here. Gosh, there's so many cards. Anytime you get to churn 10 cards on turn 1, it feels correct. Oh man, are we gonna play a game, Misty, or are we done here? Oh wait, they have lightning energy? Are they Articuno Dragonite? They must be, yeah. Well, if you're gonna flip heads like that, this is why you play 2-color Articuno. That makes sense. Yep, that'll do, pig. All right, if we top deck Weezing and they don't have anything else, we might still be in this game. We just are gonna need the Weezing this turn. All right, Adiba, that's all, folks. People often ask, like, Jeff, how do you not let games like that get to you? And to call back to the magic stuff we were talking about a second ago, I used to buy a plane ticket and fly across the country a couple of times a year to, like, lose round 1 to missing my 3rd land drop in game 3. So, like, my opponent hitting a good beat on a Misty and it taking 40 seconds of my morning, and then I hop back in the queue and play another game, like, really doesn't even scratch, like, the top 100 worst feelings I've had in a card game. Pokemon Pocket's games being relatively quick makes it easier to shrug games like that off and just move along. Games like that are another good reason that enough people don't think about when it comes to why a ladder would be bad for Pokemon Pocket. People constantly ask about a ladder for this game, but they don't realize what they're asking for is an Articuno Misty queue. Because the Articuno Misty deck is not good enough to consistently top tournaments, but it's definitely good enough to win more than 50% of your games a lot of the time if you're playing it well, which means it would be the objectively best ladder deck. Because the way ladders are designed, they want you to play more games, not win more. So if you can win 52% of your games with a deck that averages 2 minutes per game, that's a much better deck for laddering than a deck that wins 60% of its games but takes 10 or 15 minutes per game. So this play is gonna look a little weird, but we're gonna Koga this turn, because otherwise we lose Weezing to their Starmie evolution. So we're gonna put this up, we'll put the energy on here, and then we're ready to go here. How long do you think it'll take for cards like Sabrina and Giovanni to get pushed out of decks? I mean, we already see decks that don't play those cards sometimes. I think Balance would have to be really skewed for Giovanni to be a card people didn't want to play anymore. And Breakpoints would have to be super out of whack. We were talking earlier today, in fact, about how tightly this game is balanced. The fact that Giovanni sees such regular play. For the folks who asked what deck I am playing in the tournament this afternoon, we're actually going to play some Pikachu Galvantula today. So last week before the new set releases, Pikachu's my favorite of the stock good decks. We're going to give it a run today. See how that feels. What do you think is the best Executor EX deck? I don't think we have a good way to come to that conclusion. I think there's a lot of different builds of Executor that are solid. Definitely playing and Ekans. I might want to wait on these because, like, second Coughing plus Meowth is something I potentially want to do. Use and Farfetch'd, eh? All right. Sorry, Coughing, you're gonna have to take one for the team here, bud. Arbok eating Farfetch seems like a canon event to me. They have no more basics in their deck. Interesting. Do you think Starmie Lumineon is competitive? Yeah. Nothing's changed since I was playing it a bunch. It's definitely my favorite deck to play. I just don't want to play the same deck every single day for purposes of content. I recommended the Starmie Lumineon deck in my Emblems deck recommendations yesterday for a reason. You think they're playing Budding Expeditioner? Feels like they might be on Budding Expeditioner with so few basics. Gotta have a bunch of utility cards, yeah? They put an energy on this, though. That seems weird. Feel like you'd want to power up things in the back. Yeah, with hand scope, all bets are off. We'll start playing around red card. I don't know if I want this to be Persian or Meowth yet, so I'll sit on that one. Love the gameplay of this game. Pocket's real sweet. They did a really stellar job with it overall. Flowmaster Tim, thank you for the brand new Prime support. Creeping us up towards 2,000 out of our 2,200 goal this morning. What do you think about Yu-Gi-Oh? Yu-Gi-Oh is one of the only major card games I haven't spent a ton of time playing personally. So I don't know that I have an opinion on that one. Or at least not an informed opinion. I'll leave this around this turn. I don't have any other supporters to play. Yeah, I did a couple hours of a sponsored thing for Yu-Gi-Oh! At one point on stream. It was the only time I've really engaged with it. So when they don't Budding Expeditioner here, the game's just done. I guess they could have double potion. Corner is such a powerful effect. Excited to try Galvantula the Pikachu shell today. Alright, I'm going to play a couple more with this when we get back, but we just take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. If you're new here, I never run adverts over the top of gameplay because I think that's super inconsiderate, so we're going to take a quick 2-minute break while ads run on Twitch. We'll hang out and chat with the folks that aren't getting them, like our wonderful subscribers. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button on the live stream. Doesn't cost you anything, and it helps that platform promote the content a little bit more. Got 400 viewers over there and only 200 like button pressers. We can pump those rookie numbers up, huh? Flip Flap, thanks for hanging out. Glad you enjoy the meta roundups. Alright, we're gonna try and pedal for like one more stream segment, and then it'll be lunchtime, I think. Try and get that cardio in before we load up in the afternoon. Yeah, I'm gonna try out the Pikachu Galvantula deck for the tournament today. It's posted a couple of results. It seems like a solid build. When you're pedaling, is usually at high resistance or lower. My bike has 8 resistances, I think, and I'm on the second highest. If you're interested in playing the upcoming Hoaglandia Spraggles tournament, you can sign up using the instructions on Limitless here. Hey, Clown, thank you for the almost 4.5 years. Welcome back. Been subbed since arena launch. Just seemed like yesterday you had your 3rd child. Just had my first 6 weeks ago. I hope mom and baby are doing well. Congrats on the new addition to your family. They're so easy when they're tiny. Once they start rolling over, the difficulty scales quickly. Prepare yourself. Why is the card called Professor's Research and not Professor Oak? Because I would assume we're going to get lots of different cosmetic treatments of this card that are different Pokemon professors from over the history of the game. So the first one here is Professor Oak because we have a Kanto focus set, but we'll get artwork of all the other professors from around. It'll say Professor's Research and then Professor whoever else it is. Off to the right. I'm gonna dig for Weezing here. If I brick on Weezing and hit Coughing, I'm a little sad. Perfection. I'll play one of these out too, because sometimes Celebi players are red card enjoyers. I'm playing the Muck Sandalet deck you posted and having a blast. Yeah, I was really impressed with how consistent that one felt. I think that might be my favorite dark pile. Link to the Limitless tournament looks fine here. Check your internet connection or whatever if you're having an issue. I would bet this matchup is exceptionally hard for our deck. There is a reason why in the other build of Weezing Arbok I played, I was playing Tauros as the last Pokemon line. These decks are decks that can't clear Celebi in one hit have such a hard time against this deck. Which dark deck? The build with Muck and Sandalet, Dr. Grindle. Thunder Punch, thanks for the over 2 years. Welcome back. Oh, it's adding a dot in the URL. What platform are you on that is adding the dot in the URL? We can get rid of that, but it's interesting that it's a problem on some platforms and not others. It's messing up on Chrome on Windows. Weird. What's the most overrated card in the game? Red card. Gmod, thank you for the brand new Prime. Let's cross that 2,000 mark. Or below. 1,900, only threw the sub goal up yesterday. Yeah, I just don't know how we win from here unless they have an incredibly bad streak of variance, yeah. Like I get my, well, I guess Sabrina might get it. Sabrina Quarter might get it, actually. This gives us 2 points. Sabrina Quarter might be our saving grace. Storm Blessed, thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. It's a sub goal through the end of the week. So the sub goal for clarity is a rolling sub goal on concurrent subs. Just so there's no surprise or whatever. So that number goes down as old subscriptions fall off. Basically, it's a measure of the number of subs I have from the last 30 days. The goal is to keep the rolling number at or around 2,200. We're gonna be all pocket through the next set release through the end of the month at a minimum. I'll make an evaluation of what I feel like doing after that. Now, unfortunately here, it is worth noting that evolving a Pokemon clears status effects like Quarter. So if the opponent has Superior, they are not dead here. Do you think we'll get any spoilers this week for next week's set? I wouldn't be surprised if they give us a teaser on Friday like we got previously. But that's the most I'd expect. All right, well, maybe they'll just flip 1 heads out of 8 coins, chat. You know. So you're saying there's a chance. They haven't officially announced a date, but they have officially confirmed that the set launches this month. So, if it's not the data mine 29/30th, it's sometime in the next 10 days. Tease. The premium shop resets on the 29th. Yeah, I think that makes it pretty likely that that's when it's coming. Have they said when trading will come in? They've said it'll be this month. My money's on it's coming with the next set, and you won't be able to trade cards from the newest set. All right. You think my poker hand beats their poker hand, chat? Poker face, poker face. My. Fellow Dark Deck enjoyer. I think I'm evolving the Persian, so Weezing doesn't clear us next turn is the plan. Put the second coughing out here for sure. Swap this around. Don't have anybody that can poison us right now, which is pretty good for the home team. We get to take this clear, and then we've got Arbok charged up and some Sabrinas here, so definitely solidly favored since we have our stage ones and they don't. It feels weird to poison a poison type. It is a little strange, yeah. Just about to say, we're looking for a Koga or a Leaf here. Leaf acting as functionally extra copies of Koga in a spot like this is so powerful. She's easily the best card from this expansion. Well, while I'm excited to see a bunch of new Gen 2 Pokemon likely from this next expansion, I'm also really excited to see what supporters and utility cards we're gonna get. Hopefully we get a incredible range of like, okay, these are all things that can be competitive. So it's not just like, oh, every deck has 2x speed, or every deck has 2 leaf, or every deck has 2 Sabrinas, etc. Supporter cards are the real strengths of the game, yeah. Yeah, a set of Johto Gym Leader cards would be sweet. You know, maybe we, what's it called? Maybe we get a Lance that helps Dragonite, or is it Moriarty, the Ghost Gym Leader, or Agatha, whatever her name is? I forget. There's definitely a Ghost Gym Leader in Johto as well. Morty, yeah. I hope we see more cards to add consistency to decks. See, I actually hope they're really sparing with those. Cards that explicitly add consistency are the types of things that can easily become auto-includes in every deck. So like, Pokeball and Professor's Research, for example, are very clearly cards they wanted to be in every deck. However, if you add too many of those to the game, suddenly your decks only have like 10 or 12 meaningful card choices in them. I think as balanced, it's perfectly fine that Pocket's essentially a 12-card deck game, or sorry, a 16-card deck game. But I think it would be potentially very problematic if it got much lower than that. Them passing here must imply they're on Budding Expeditioner, yeah? I wonder if I'm supposed to Sabrina here, but they're like also on Koga, so like Sabrinaing up the Weezing's not appealing. Yeah, there's the Budding. That's the only thing that made sense here. If every deck became just changing out the Pokemon lines, we'd have a design problem. Absolutely. Wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment. Alright, Grabber, step into my office, bud. We need to talk about this. Alright, research there means we're done. Oh, I guess they could muck into X speed. Hey, Alberto, thanks for the membership on the YouTube side. Appreciate that. They can't retreat. Yeah, but Muck could evolve and have 70 HP. They could also Muck plus X speed. Yeah, they would Muck plus double X speed. Yeah, evolving clears the status condition. Alright, I think we're gonna move on from this pile. It was a fun, themed build around, but definitely worse than some of the other dark builds we've played in recent memory. I think the Muck Salandit build we posted this morning on the YouTube side is my favorite currently of those. Alright, what's our next request? Bruxish Greninja. Bruxish Greninja. How do baby Pokemon work in the regular TCG? They have rules text that says you can evolve them into their basic form. That's the TLDR. What do I want for my third? What do I want for my third Pokemon line here? Drudagon. Yeah, maybe. I could see that. We go like Drudagon, Tauros, Mew. Have a bunch of... So the problem with playing Drudagon, Tauros, Mew is one of the things I don't like doing for viewer deck submissions is I don't like taking an established good deck and making it worse by shoving in... I don't like taking an existing good deck and making it worse by shoving in the viewer requested cards. You like playing it with Starmie. I could see that. That sounds like a potentially fun idea. Starmie, Greninja has played Bruxish in the past. We could also play Weezing. Who is our submitter for this one again? AK man, I'm split. Would you like to see Starmie or Weezing for the third line? Are you still hanging out in chat? You were the submitter. I could go either way. Bruxish Weezing has felt solid for Bruxish in the past, but Starmie could be fine. Yeah, I liked the Weezing Greninja with Bruxish last season. It was fine. The reasonable two-color thing. The McDonald's thing is true, but only for people who live in the United States. Your call, I'm fine with both. I'm gonna do the two-color deck then. I'm partial to bad two-color decks. Big fan of two-color piles. For people scheming about the McDonald's promo, it is not cheaper for you to get Pokemon cards by buying a McDonald's Happy Meal. You buy the McDonald's Happy Meal because you have a child that wants one, and then you happen to get packs alongside of it, okay? Or in my 4-year-olds and 10-year-olds case, they'll be happy to get the packs for themselves. I think it's this. What an insane sentence to have to say. Yeah, you know. Gamers. Oh, here's a relevant question for people who have done the promo already. How do you enter the promo to get your promo pack in Pocket? What do you do? Is there an online site? Do you enter it in client somewhere? We haven't had a code entry before. How does that work? You go to a website and you enter your support ID and the code. Okay. Got it. That makes sense. It's pretty common for these types of promos. Is it a regular pack or unique promo? It's 24-hour glasses. So 2 packs of your choice. Is there a consensus on which coughing is better? I think in general, new coughing is better. Having a second coughing when you're Kogaing back Weezing has a lot of value. The McDonald's promo is just the US, yes. Oh, Zara put it back. I was going to leave because they were timing out. Looks like they're back. Tempo Sabrina here with nothing else to do. What about Canadians? You've elected to have affordable, socialized healthcare as opposed to extra prizes in your McDonald's Happy Meals. You're just gonna have to lie in that bed now that you've made it. Alright, take a mulligan here on this one. But it is thoroughly set up and we are very much not. Canadian healthcare is not as amazing as it sounds. I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. American healthcare is also not as amazing as it sounds. No healthcare system is perfect, but we also have incredibly long waits for routine things here in the United States as well, while paying significantly more per outcome. Tim, Florida, thank you for the 17 months. So, like, when people talk about we get better outcomes in the United States, they're talking about people who have incredible amounts of money, not normal average people with regular health care. I'm gonna be political for a moment and talk about my lived experience here, because it's a good education for people that live in other countries and don't understand how they have it. The first year my job streaming made a good income, my wife and I looked into her quitting her corporate job because we didn't need her salary with the money I was making. A decade ago, with my then family of 4, it would have cost my family 40,000 USD per year to get comparable health insurance on the open market that her corporate job provided our family. And that $40,000 per year doesn't include prescription costs. It doesn't include co-pays for actually going to see a doctor, or if you need an emergency visit or a prompt care visit. It's literally you pay this amount of money per year in case you have something catastrophic happen so you don't go bankrupt. So, needless to say, despite making an all right amount of money doing what I do, my wife has elected to keep her corporate job. And for those in other countries who are thinking, well, Jeff, people who don't have good corporate jobs and can't afford to pay that, what do? They just don't have healthcare, health insurance, and they go broke if them or a family member gets sick. Medical debt is one of the leading causes of bankruptcy in the United States. This has been your fun facts with Jeff Hoagland for the morning. It wasn't a very fun fact. Nope, it was not. I agree. All right, we've got a sick Greninja on Curve Draw here. We get to Water Drip into Greninja deal 80, which is clean here. Good thing Trump passed a law so healthcare doesn't hit your credit anymore, so you don't really have to pay it. That's not how any of that works. The president doesn't pass laws. He signs laws that have been passed by 2 chambers of Congress into law. And one of the many reasons why the United States is the absolute freaking disaster that it is because the average adult voting doesn't have a high school understanding of civics of our national structure. It's actually just incredibly embarrassing. Oh, definitely just gonna clean the coughing out here. Alright, we poison the frog here. We're probably retreating out. Another Froakie would be kind of nice. We're probably throwing this coughing under a bus here, I would wager. We're gonna put an energy on Bruxish. And I think I'm just X-speeding out here. And we'll mark some damage on the Whirlipede to set up the Bruxish for down the line here is the plan. It's a shame we don't have Weezing to get poison on here, but rather this take hits than Bruxish, I think. I apologize for setting the chat on fire by talking about the brutal realities of what's going on in the world. I would like to move on from the topic right now and post a general reminder that we have a very active politics channel in the subscriber Discord server. Feel free to pop on in there if you want to chat about it endlessly, but I'm going to move on from the topic on stream right now. Because I don't want to be caught in an eternal pit of sadness. Canada might have better healthcare, but the daily expenses are way more. What an awful piece of shitty prop. This is why I need to move on. Have a ban. This is the part where I tell you, on top of health insurance costing $40,000 per year if I wanted to replace my wife's corporate insurance, it costs me $20,000 per year to put my toddler in daycare. But yes, please tell me more about how the average cost of things in Canada is much more than in the United States. Tell me some more. When my 4-year-old starts kindergarten in the fall, I'm gonna get a $20,000 per year raise, so I won't be paying out of pocket for daycare any longer. Again, I wanna make it really clear that none of these systems are perfect or ideal, but the amount of stuff and comments like that are just objectively wrong that get thrown around that perpetuate the bad systems is just like so frustrating. Alright, so Bruxish, gonna get to go ahead and punch the clock and go to work here. Does 60 extra if there's damage marked on our opponent's Pokemon. So in tandem with this Greninja, we get to clear the Weezing out here before they get to do anything with it. Picking up our second knockout point, and then we should be in a pretty good position to be able to win this game here. What's my favorite card in the current format? I love Starmie. It's part of the reason I played that deck so much. It's such a satisfying card to maneuver around and hit people with. It's like a card that gives you like free wins to run people over when they stumble, and the free retreat cost lets you have a lot of smart decisions to make with it. The best Air Rock, thank you for the over 2 years. Welcome back. All right, 10 more minutes of pedaling and then an ad break and lunch. I can do it, chat. I can do it. I can pedal for 10 more minutes, right? Kills you fast. Thanks for killing us with the Prem over here for the last 7 months. Does the bike chair measure distance? It does if I put batteries in it, but I've never done that. I just try and do time goals as opposed to distance goals. Hoping for a Greninja in our next 2 draws so we can evolve into here and then tag the Mewtwo plus Bruxish. When I put the second energy on here and just get my second strike in, they're probably retreating to the Mewtwo, but it is what it is. If we top deck Greninja, we'll be in a solid spot, but only 1 in 3 to the Greninja or a research and a redraw. I found most bikes don't accurately state calories burned. I mean, calories burned is tough to measure. It varies a lot person to person. Got it. The amount of calories you're burning is a variable, depending on a number of factors. You ever done a 24-hour stream and biked for half of the time? I don't do 24-hour streams because they're incredibly unhealthy. And as someone who's an adult with a family who depends on him, I'm making more changes in my life to become healthier, not to destroy my body. What parent could do 24 hours? I mean, if my wife and I planned it in advance, we could make 24-hour block of time happen, but I also just don't want to cultivate the type of community that incentivizes 24-hour streams, because the goal of a 24-hour stream is to make the person making content suffer, which is not the type of community vibe I want to cultivate. Like, 16, 17, 18, 20 hours in, you are not making good content. You're just watching for the sake of watching someone be, you know, out of it, essentially. I think with the Gardevoir on curve here and no Weezing for us, we're going to be done here, unfortunately. We make you suffer with deck suggestions. Yeah, I have a humiliation kink, not a suffering kink. Yeah, 24-hour goals are to farm money from the community. Yeah, you'll never see me do something like a subathon, like you see is pretty common. I think those things are really gross and predatory. You'll notice if you're watching on my Twitch stream, you'll never see a hype train appear in my chat because I have that feature turned off. I want people who support my content directly to do so because they want to and because they're in a position to. I would feel genuinely bad if someone got caught up in a hype train or a subathon and like sent me money that they couldn't afford to send me. Like, I appreciate the people that support, but like you also shouldn't be shouldn't be supporting me or anybody else on Twitch or YouTube as opposed to, you know, taking care of you and yours. We should be a part of your entertainment budget if you're fortunate enough to have that. Thanks for the Prime, Martin. Appreciate it. Like, one of the things that's also very scuzzy that happens on Twitch a lot is, like, when this sub goal, if we're fortunate enough to hit 2,200, I'm just gonna take it down while we stay above 2,200. I'm not gonna up it to 2,300 and then be back tomorrow and be like, haha, we're gonna make it bigger. That's one of those things that always makes me eye roll, where every time there's a goal, they just like increase it when they hit it. You're right, Jeff. We need to make chat suffer one game of ASMR, Jeff, please. Oh, do I have that in me? I don't know that I have that in me. I have a dark energy here. I have an X speed. I have a Weezing. He just unconsciously ignores the ASMR requests. Yeah. Hey Jeff, I'm a math major, and the constant ask for ranked is tiresome, but I think you're correct that the world become very misty and water combo meta, for sure. Do you ever do cons, like Twitch cons, and meet your fans? In the before times, I used to do things like Gen Con every year and occasionally Magic tournaments, so I was playing those, but I haven't done one of those in a long time. My wife and I were actually talking about whether or not we wanted to do Gen Con again this year for the first time in 5 years. We should probably finish that conversation, because I think hotel blocks open somewhat soon. Alex, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, appreciate that. Eagle Sight, thank you for the brand new Prime. I think I want to get my first energy on here. It is worth noting that Weezing's breakpoints line up all right into Drudagon. Over 2 turns, we clear this. That being said, I don't know that we're going to have the oomph to punch through a Gyarados. How did you and your wife meet? So there is a branch of scouting called venturing that's always been co-ed. So when I was 16, my wife and I met through the venturing program. And then we reconnected later in our college years again after being done with that program. Mahate, thank you for the 2 months of Prime. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Gen Con just opened event registration. Oh, that sounds like we missed the window then. I always forget what exactly their timing is. I think we're just dead to this Gyarados at this point, yeah. How old am I now? I just ticked 34 at the start of the month. I could clear the Drudagon, but I just have like no... I just have no points to clear this after the fact, yeah. Gonna be honest, I don't know what Gen Con is. Gen Con is the largest board game convention in the United States that happens every year. It's in Indianapolis, Indiana. Mayhay, thanks for the 2 months of Prime. Appreciate it. But that's a big part of the reason why my family's pretty big into the outdoors, because Christy and I both grew up in it. Gen Con badge registration isn't light. Yeah, but when's the hotel lottery? The hotel lottery is what matters for Gen Con signups. That's when you miss it. I'm too old to get a hotel an hour out of the city and drive it every day. If I'm gonna do Gen Con, I'm gonna get a hotel block in the city and walk. One of the best things about Indy is all of the interconnected Skywalk hotels. Yeah, That's one of my favorite stories. That the first year my wife and I went to Gen Con, we were walking around the exhibit hall, and she was hemming and hawing about the price of various board games. And to encourage her to spend some of our spending money on games she wanted, I started referring to the price of all the board games as fractions of Magic cards. She'd pick something up that would be like 50 bucks and be like, oh, that's half a Scalding Tarn. Yeah, you can get that if you want. A quarter of a foil Snapcaster Mage, you say? Yeah, just torched you. GG about it. All right, we owe a few more with this Bruxish deck when we get back. And I'm gonna run upstairs and grab my lunch. In the meantime, in between time, we've got tournament round starting in 30 minutes. I'm gonna be playing Pikachu in the tournament. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere. BRB gamers. Johnny, I would take a deck submission from you. You've been so generous lately. That small asterisk is going to be, it's not going to be till a little bit later. So I've got a few more queued up, but we're going to be playing a tournament today, so streams will be running for a little while. So if you don't mind popping up later on, I'd be happy to take one from you. We've been talking a little bit about, let's call it, American culture today. So to share a fun tidbit about my weight loss journey, people ask me things that I did to drop my 50 pounds last year. I want to share part of my lunch with you today. So you see this sandwich? Decent sized sandwich, good looking, got a lot of veggies and cheese and a little bit of mustard on there. This is a third of the sandwich I bought for dinner last night. The primary lifestyle change that I made to drop the weight that I dropped last year was I no longer eat that entire sandwich for a meal, plus a side and a drink. I take the sandwich and I cut it in thirds when I get it, and then I eat it for 3 meals along with a side each time. Yeah, it makes it cheaper for me too to eat and exist, which is nice. But yeah, American portion sizes are really something else. sounds good, Johnny. If you want to grab one of the first ones tomorrow, we'll be doing viewer decks before the tournament again. Just let me know. Hey, Martin, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. And B Knight, thank you for the 27 months as well. Good morning, good morning. If you want to lose weight, don't eat a lot of carbs. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of fancy diet stuff like that. But truly, just to share my lived experience, I didn't actually change what I was eating at all. I just changed how much I was eating. So eating less carbs is a kind of reasonable blanket for a lot of people because carbs tend to be empty calories that don't contain a lot of nutrition a lot of the time and don't help you feel full. Hey, thanks for poking over from the YouTube side to drop that Prime off, Martin. Every month, if you stop to, it takes a couple of bucks from Jeff Bezos and sends it my way. Yeah, we're about a week out from our new card packs, B-Night. Data mines say 29th through the 30th, and it's confirmed to be releasing before the end of the month by Pocket officially. And if you're someone at home who has weekends available to play games like Pokemon Pocket on occasion, and you want to help potentially define the new metagame, on February 1st, Spraggles and I are going to be hosting our first open tournament. Our wonderful sponsors, Advanced.gg and Into the AM, have us with a 1,500 USD worth of prizing for it. It's free to enter. You should definitely make sure you check it out. Sign-ups are available on Limitless now. It'll be that first Saturday after the new card packs drop. Someone in chat mentioned not drinking calories too, which is solid advice. In fact, speaking of our Advanced GG sponsor, one of the reasons why I haven't had a drink sponsor in the past is I had not found one that I really enjoyed. But their zero sugar stuff was one of the first I'd had that I was like, these are actually really good. Flavor back to my drinks with them. Our lack of water energy this turn is unfortunate. I think I'm Koga-ing this out so they can't evolve into Gardevoir and clear it with Mewtwo. And then I'm gonna go here, put energy here, and then we'll Water Shuriken this turn. Dark Vader, thanks for the brand new Prime support. Appreciate that. Thanks. I kind of wanted to put Weezing back up anyways, question mark. I want to keep marking damage on the Mewtwo so they can't have a free roll with it. Was water on Bruxish lethal? Was it? This was at 110, right? Water on Bruxish would have only been 70, 90. No, it was only 100 total. Quick double count there. Small pile of damage on this. That way Greninja can finish it from the back. Maybe I was supposed to Koga the Bruxish this turn, so that way this was dead Water Shuriken next turn. Probably the case. Oliver the Curly, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. It's very generous of you. Have you pulled a God Pack? I have. I actually hit back-to-back God Packs in a 10-pack run. I hadn't pulled any from Genetic Apex, and I had two Mythical Island God Packs. And then, despite the good beat from the double God Pack, I still never opened a full art leaf. We're just gonna stay the course and mow this down, make them have potion here, basically. Hey Jeff, what's your favorite pack to play right now? Favorite deck to play right now? Definitely the Lumi Neon tempo deck is my favorite. old command. So we're done here. We're actually gonna play Pikachu in the tournament today. We'll probably play Lumineon. I think we're gonna be able to play a tournament every day this week. Again, there's morning or afternoon tournaments going on that we'll play on stream, but I think I plan to play a few different things. I'm gonna play the Pikachu deck today. We're gonna play I think we're gonna play a fighting deck tomorrow, and then we'll probably play Lumineon later in the week. We'll have to Mewtwo survive. It was fewer clicks to KO the Mew. How many top 8s do we have so far in the daily tournaments? Some of the top cuts are 16, Socio. So I've got a few 16s and a couple 8s. It's edge that we keep opening on both of our coffings. Never division for them. Executor is a tough nut to crack for this archetype. Yeah, no real individual big hitters is a tough sell. How many minutes are there for each round at a tournament? It varies depending on the tournament organizer, but usually somewhere between 30 and 45. Oh, you know, I probably should have put because there was another dark energy on top, I should have put this first energy on Bruxish in case they hit heads on the Executor here. D20 Bandit, thank you for the 71 months. Welcome back. Yeah, I messed this up. That's fine. This matchup's probably unwinnable for this deck. They have a remotely good draw. You just have such a hard time getting through copies of Erica. Hey, the Very Masked. Thanks for the brand new tier 1. Appreciate it. Just here to enable my Prime sub. Thanks for taking the time to jump over and drop that off. Appreciate you sending a couple of bucks from Jeffrey Bezos my way. Make sure and save you one. I'm very bad at getting first place in tournaments. When I played Magic the Gathering, like we were talking about earlier today, I held the incredibly coveted title of most top 8s without a win. And something like an astonishing 25% conversion rate for tournaments played to tournaments top 8'd, but just did not ever have good variance in the closing rounds. D-Nice! Thanks for that brand new primer as well. Good morning, good morning. Speaking of not having good variance, holy, no Weezing, no water energy. I know I said the matchup was bad, but that was exceptional. Jet Slayer, thanks for the 3 months in advance in that super generous tier 2. I plan to be here. Make sure you have a sword to go with that shield. Welcome back. I think they'll let us have more deck slots once the new set releases. Probably not, unfortunately. which is super sad. For whatever reason, all of these games hate giving you enough deck slots. I think Magic the Gathering Arena is like the only digital card game I've ever played where I wasn't constantly clamoring for more deck slots. It's been a struggle in Marvel Snap 2. Why are people auto-conceding in the regular queue? Part of the reason I'm not playing the event queue is because there's people that just concede on one of the event queue to help people. I don't want to deal with that. A stack overflow. Thanks for the 11 months. Wanted to say I love the meta report video format. Yeah, I really feel like the editor and I got a great flow down on that. We hit a lot of really useful, relevant information in a really condensed format. Respects the viewer's time well while also communicating a lot of useful stuff. Mankey into MI Primate's a little scary because even if I evolve this, it's 20 plus 50, which a single Geo clears our 80 pointer then. Yeah, in terms of visual deck presentation, I think the slides my editor has put together are just like easily the highest quality on YouTube for Pokemon Pocket. Most people just talk over, what's the word I'm searching for? They just talk over, like the in-game deck editor or one of the websites. Editor does really good layout stuff for all of it. What time will this stream end? Depends on how our tournament rounds go. We'll be streaming until at least another 3 or so hours, though. But if the tournament run goes well, we'll go late today. Is there a Giovanni in my future? They're playing Golems. Maybe they don't have room for Giovanni. Would be nice. Oh, they used Oak. Good stuff. Weezing's a lovely draw. So I get to do this. I get to do this. I get to retreat this out. I think we'll go ahead and clean out the Primeape this turn, so that way it can't crack me for 70. Pretty far behind on energy allocation overall, but at the same time, I don't have any water energy, so it doesn't matter really. Tournament we're playing in today starts at the top of the hour, so about 8 minutes. No Primeape here is actually insane for us because Weezing plus Greninja deals 60. No water energy, no problem, gamers. You made a Dragonite deck before. Yeah, there's plenty of examples of Dragonite decks on my YouTube side. Dragonite's very bad, though. It's a card that suffers from Stage 2 Pokemon being inconsistent. It's a card that suffers from 2-color decks being inconsistent. And it's a card that suffers from its attack being inconsistent. And you kind of add all that up together and you get something that's really inconsistent. And we finally get a water energy. Actually, just never gonna have one. That's so sad. So we'll toggle poison. We'll Koga up the Bruxish. We'll put the coughing out. We'll put an energy here. Honestly, with double Greninja going and this Weezing bouncing around, we might be able to power through here. I guess if they have Golem and Brock next turn, we're probably torched. They have their 4-card combo. Oh, was I supposed to Sabrina them? Yeah, I was totes supposed to Sabrina, I think. Although this is working out because they don't have it. They're actually just dead, right? Like, never a water energy? No problem, GG Gamer. Yeah, we actually have second Greninja. We clear it here. Sweet. It's a good strong one to end on with this deck. Alright, so we're going to do something a little different for the tournament today. We're not usually a sweaty best deck stream. But I like the Pikachu deck, and the Galvantula build of the Pikachu deck seems sweet. So for our tournament run today, we're going to try out the Galvantula Pikachu. So we're going to play this Bad Mama Jamma for the tournament starting here in a few minutes. I'm going to tap our ads now so they don't come up in the middle of the tournament round. I'm going to run and grab a refill on my drink. So we'll be starting with this inside of the tournament in a couple of minutes. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, tap the like button on the live stream. Oh, for the longtime Hoaglandians, by the way, we've got some official branded merch with the Advanced GG partner as well now. Metal Ice Shaker to mix up my delicious blue raspberry lemonade drink in this afternoon. Our stream title to have our tournament deck in it. This is my first time playing Pikachu, chap. And I had 7 immersives, so we went ahead and flared this bad Bama Jamma. What's the sponsor link for that again? It's code Hoaglandia at the advanced link there. Only 7. Do you modify decks a lot before using them in tournament? Depends on the deck. Something like this is just card for card. This is just card for card what someone else had performed with in a top cut, because I haven't played a ton of Pikachu, so deferring to people who have more experience and expertise with me is a good thing. Yeah, we're gonna play about a deck at one of the tournaments today. Pikachu tends to be, I'm sure I'm gonna say this, and then like Pikachu's gonna be 40% of this tournament that we're playing in, but Pikachu's usually underrepresented. It's one of the, usually the least popular of the top decks. I have 6 Crown Mews, but I don't want to flare them 6 crowns, good god. I don't really like the crown art, to be fair. Yeah, the Starmie Lumineon deck is my favorite tournament deck right now. What matchups are you hoping to avoid with this list? I'm gonna be honest, chat, I've played 0 games with this deck. Let's find out, huh? Tournament is about to start. Yeah, Crown Pika is not bad because it looks, the crown artwork looks very lightning. Harrison, thank you for the brand new Prime. Appreciate you working us up towards our sub goal. Waiting for the thing to start. Soyo, Penguin, wait half a second. So the free powder with the drink shaker promo was supposed to end last night, but the shakers were sold out yesterday. So I'm waiting for them to confirm. I think they're gonna give that to us for another day or two as part of the launch promo, because we sold out their shakers and they had to stock more. So good job, Hoaglandia. You show close up the shaker, yeah. While we're waiting. The whole body's metal. Got my logo on the side. Top's plastic. It's got a. Can I open this without making a disaster? It's got the typical little shaker thing on the inside to help mix the powder for the drink up. So it does a good job. Keeps it nice and cold for a long time. Selling out of stuff with a new sponsor is good. Yeah, I would assume so. I would assume that goes on the list of good problems to have. Dishwasher safe. I actually don't know the answer to that. I would assume so. I hand wash all my dishes, so I didn't look. Wet-proof, kitchen-grade, stainless steel cup that absorbs no odor. Designed to keep your drink hot for 12 hours or cold for 30. All right, I might have to test this 30-plus claim. Put some ice in it, see how it goes. It's usually on the bottom of the cup. Designed in the USA, iceshaker.com. I'll have to look. I'll have to find out the answer to that one. For people asking me for my opinion on the details about Pikachu deck lists, I have no opinions on the details on Pikachu necklace. I've played very little Pikachu. I like the idea of this deck. I think it's the most interesting of the top meta decks, and I wanted to give it a play. Is it normal that you don't have ads on your stream? We run ads on the stream periodically. Probably a little bit less often than some other people. Usually we tap an ad every 35 to 40 minutes when I take a short break. How do you survive 3 kids with no dishwashing machine? I don't mind washing dishes personally. Find it somewhat therapeutic. It's like put a show on and stand there for 45 minutes to an hour a couple days a week. It's my way to escape the kids when I do dishes. Yeah, I like have a little counter in front of my kitchen sink, and I like put a tablet or my phone in front of it with a show, and I just like do my stuff. All right, let me join the Discord server for this and find out what's going on, because it hasn't fired yet. It's starting soon. I was supposed to start 4 minutes ago. All right, they're waiting on a deck list submission. So this tournament today is, this is one of those $2 entry tournaments. Someone in the community has been running a nominal entry fee tournament a couple days a week. So we paid $2 to be here. Big high stakes here, gamers. I think we have like 30-ish people playing. All right, we have a round 1 opponent here. It is queued. That explains the Pikachu deck. Well, we queued into Pidgeot fighting stuff for this first round, so we'll see how this goes. I've got Hitmonlees and a Marshadow. You only have 1 Farfetch, which is good for us. Joltik against Farfetch is a little scary. Joltik versus Lee is also spooky. Not really. So it's still 2 hits. So our opponent is playing Pidgeot EX with 1 baby Pidgeot in their deck as well. 2 Marshadow, 1 Hitmonlee, 1 Farfetch'd. They have 1 copy of Red Card. My opponent just said in chat that they're a Hoglandian, but I don't know that I believe them because there's a copy of Red Card in their deck. Something that's especially noteworthy here is that because they're playing cards like Red Card and Poké-Flute, they only have 1 copy of X Speed and no copies of Leaf. So they are really short on things that allow them to manipulate their energy. So they want to pull this Marshadow out of the active spot. They're gonna have to spend an energy to do it a lot of the time. This is not an ideal draw for us to start. One Zappy. Do I want to try and mow down... Which Pidgeotto are they playing? They're playing 80 HP Pidgeotto. They have no potions. I'm gonna pull the Pidgey up here, I think. This gives them the ability to power up the Marshadow, but I could feed them the Blitzel instead of the Zapdos, which is fine. Pulling the Marshadow out of the active spot is not necessarily good. because of that before mentioned no X speeds, no leafs. What if I just do this, clear the Pidgey, and then the Thundering Hurricane clears this, and they won't have energy for the second Marshadow at that point? I think that's the play. It expects average variance from the Zapdos, but I think that's worthwhile. If we brick on clearing, the follow-up Farfetch'd is really bad for us. If we clear, though, and they put up their Farfetch'd, the Giovanni with Zebstrika wins the game next turn. Cool. Zapdos just letting us know that at no point were we in danger of bricking. I appreciate the confidence, Zapdos, truly. They're just hoping I don't have Giovanni, and we have it, so we're done. Even without Giovanni, they're in quite a bit of trouble. With it, the game is just done here. Pikachu, never heard of him. Yep. I mean, the deck's called Electric Bug for a reason. Leading Pikachu when we're going first is not ideal. Okay. To have our cake and eat it too here, potentially. Golly gee, I really hope they don't red card me. That would be really bad if they took my 4 cards and turned them into 3 cards. I don't know what I would possibly do if you were to red card me, opponent. Please, no, stop. Unlucky they didn't take the bait. Literally just clear this Pidgey in one, yeah? If they have stage 1 plus a Giovanni of their own, I'm in trouble, but if they don't have both of those, we got him. They only have one Giovanni in their deck. Come on. Oh, baby. So they're dead to our second X speed. Oh. Problem here is I'm gonna have a hard time with Pidgeot EX, yeah? They had one Sabrina. Yeah, I think we charge bench Pikachu here. And then we hope that if they have the EX, they don't have the flute. Sure. I think this is good for me. I think I do this, yeah? And we lock this in? Opponent has one Giovanni, but if they Giovanni and clear the Galvantula, they're still dead to the weakness from the Zapdos. There's no potion or blue. They're trying to decide if they want to hit this for 70 or not, I would wager. I think I'm just taking this knockout point here, and then they can take one, and then my Pikachu into the game next turn, yeah? This is our second point. I mean, it takes the Hitmonlee 2 turns to clear our bench Pikachu, and they need another attack to kill the Galvantula. So they're like 3 turns off. There's no way they're surviving 3 turns. And we cleared their other Pidgey early with the Joltik draw, so they can't evolve into another big thing. They've just got like Marshadows and stuff, so we should be done here. Yeah. Alright, let's take a look at what our what our metagame is like for our tournament today. You know, it's really kind of funny. I think every tournament I've played in, Pikachu has been like the 3rd or 4th most played deck. And the one and only time I've put Pikachu in a tournament, it's the most played deck in the tournament. 4 Starmie Luminion enjoyers. Look at that. Look at those Oglandians coming to battle with us. Gyarados, the top here, is good. This matchup's really close, unless they're not playing Farfetch'd. Are they playing the build we like or something else? Yeah, ducks. All ducks all the way down, yep. So this matchup's close. This matchup we should dunk. I bet Celebi's kind of close. They're all 1s on the rest of these. This is a smaller tournament because it's a paid entry fee too, so. Lovely. All right, I need to run to the restroom, so I'm gonna tap our ad break for that. We've got potentially 30 minutes till the next round, and we're gonna be doing some more viewer decks later. Shortcut for closing tabs. Control W closes your tabs in Chrome. So we'll throw the Pikachu deck list that we're playing up on screen. We'll be running this for all of our tournament rounds today, and then we'll be doing viewer decks in between like we usually do. Appreciate everybody hanging out today. Don't go anywhere. Hey, is it better if we support on the YouTube side or the Twitch side? To count for this goal, this is Twitch only. I get the same amount of support from YouTube and Twitch, but if it's all the same to you, the Twitch kind of keeps it all grouped together. I want to make a point to plug the tournament. I'm going to be running with Spraggle's Extra while we're doing tournament rounds. I'd wager there's more people interested in this type of stuff. After our next set releases on February 1st, Spraggles and I are going to be hosting our first open entry tournament that's free to play in. It'll probably be about 8 to 10 hours if you end up winning the whole thing, so you're going to make sure you have the day blocked out. It's going to kick off at 10 a.m. Central on that Saturday. It's about noon Central for those that are not familiar with time zones. Our wonderful sponsors, Advance.gg and Into the AM. We have $1,500 worth of prizes. We've got a bunch of things from both of those sponsors, and then some cash to first and second. Would love to have people play and give us awesome matches to cast with new decks after the next card packs release. Structure for the tournament is going to be relatively straightforward. It's going to be 7 rounds, best of 3, after which everyone who's 6-1 or 7-0 will cut to a single elimination bracket. So exactly how many single elimination rounds we'll be playing will depend on how big the tournament is. Be sure to check that out on Limitless. Signups are open now. I think we have what? We have 441 people signed up. We're going to cap at 2,000 or so. is our next viewer deck? Articuno Lumineon is our next request. What if we try Eevee Vaporeon Lumineon Articuno? That sounds fun. Benny with an I. Oh, 2 N's. Silly me. You have a release date for the next set. Officially before the end of the month, unofficially January 29th into the 30th rollover. But that's yet to be confirmed by official means. I really hope deck codes in the deck editor get added sometime soon. The game desperately needs it. Huge quality of life improvement. Oh, what do I think we want for my last card here? Probably a Sabrina with our Lumineon. I am playing on PC using a piece of software called LD Player. Which Articuno art is your favorite? I really like the regular 2 stars. If I had two of this one, I would play 2 of this one. Those of you that haven't watched me play tournament rounds before will always play a different deck from the tournament in between rounds. So if you're popping in and out, you can know. I'll also have this tournament round banner up during the rounds themselves. Usually we play viewer deck submissions here. We're not doing tournament stuff, so this is one of those. Do you consider a timer showing when the next round starts? I think that's just visual clutter for the most part. And sometimes rounds we're playing in between end up on YouTube highlights, so I don't really want to do that. Did you flesh out your full art trainers by sheer spending? Or did you wonder pick some God packs? I used the God pack wonder picking for my full art Ericas. The rest of them were brute force. Much to the dismay of my wallet. I'll be curious to see if the God pack brute forcing via friends list is something they patch or not. Feels like it's going to cost them an incredible amount of money if they don't get rid of it. Sabrina-ing me into the thing that has a free retreat cost is a bold strategy. I guess if they have Brock, they land crush my Finian, but that's fine. Articuno comes up and cleans him out. Although I guess that doesn't line up well into Mars Shadow, necessarily. Okay, no Brock this turn. Can we hit the Lumineon so we can swap this out? I don't know that we beat Onyx into Marshadow. This is the viewer request, obviously, but like this card's just so mediocre when you don't cheese with Misty. It's like, well, I guess I'll die. Direct support on Metafy is still good, Matthew. Sabrina'd me back into the Articuno. I mean, I guess I Sabrina here. And we get to see what they do. They put Marshadow up, I'll clear it. If they put something else up, I guess they could put the duck up. They put the duck up, it's not great for me. Feeling like we're up a creek without a paddle here. Yeah, if you want to know how bad people were at card evaluation when this game launched, there were a lot of people professing the 18 trainer Articuno deck was going to be one of the best in the game. Just truly, truly wild. Hey, what's going on, Toasty? Good to see other folks in Central Illinois. Hope you're staying warm this morning. There's technically 20 minutes left of the tournament round, but the last match just finished, actually. That's sweet. And so it's, for those that weren't here earlier, we were talking about it is currently so cold where I live. My children had the day off of school because it would have been too cold to safely ride the bus home. I has Boom. Thank you for the baker's dozen. Welcome back. A spot check on this high roll, I think, here. Yep, average Misty game. That's fine. That means Eevee is going to flip a bunch of heads now, yeah? Just like we drew it up, gamers. See, we strategically used up our tails on the Misty, so that way we could have enough heads banked in order to clear the Charmander. And in perfect timing, our round of the tournament has paired and our opponent is now here. So let's play some Pikachu, huh? As always, we're looking at chat a little bit less while the tournament round's going. Behave or the mods will bonk you. We're playing against Weezing Arbok with a Tauros and a Salandit as base 6, 5, and 6. They have 1 Sabrina, 1 Giovanni, 2 Koga, 2 Leaf. They have first energy advantage, but we have Zebstrika. Not terrible. Ekans is actually pretty good in the opponent's archetype when going second. I get to go bite for 1 and then evolve cleanly into deal 60. They notably only have a single copy of Giovanni, so Zebstrika's 90 HP is likely to survive 2 hits, which is nice. Galvantula here dealing 70 means that we can clear the Arbok in 2 goes, which is nice. There are 1 Sabrina and 1 Giovanni are both potential awkward things for us here. So they've only have singletons, but they don't have any other Pokemon to play out here. I guess they're holding their basics because of Zebstrika. But if they have Geo or Sabrina, those are both bad for us. They have 1 of each, and they're 8 cards in. So the odds that they have one of those 2 is pretty high. Yeah. No, we know they have another basic here. Because they Pokeballed and held it. They're playing around our Sabrinas. How we win the game from here. Feels like we're just dead. They had first energy advantage and a strong draw. I mean, I guess there's a world where they're super unlucky and don't have a Weezing. It's our chance to have some breathing room here. Alright, got some options. Though worth noting, this is awkward against the Tauros that's powering up. Opponent is down their copy of Giovanni, though, so Tauros does take 2 to clear the Zapdos. Yeah, if they have the Weezing, we're going to go to the next game. I would say the long pause here means they don't have it, but I've played against a lot of card gamers, and people love to tank when they have the best possible card. The games change, but the gamers taking forever when they have an easy, obvious play stays the same. Sometimes lucky, Rubber Ducky? Holy. Well then. I clear this. I put an energy here, I clear this. This comes up and clears this. I put an energy here, I put Blitzel up. I put energy here, I X speed this back, I win with this. We'll need a average variant Zapdos, but... They've not played their copy of Sabrina yet, but they can't Sabrina and deal extra in the same turn. Oh, I wish I had another thing. No, it's just gotta be this. Putting the energy on here is better too, because if they retreat into Weezing, Giovanni plus Zapdos still clears the Weezing with 2 heads. I forgot Pikachu is in this deck. Yeah, we've not drawn Pikachu in any of the games we've played really so far. Alright. I'm just hoping we don't have the X speed, which I haven't played any of yet. The Pokeball means I would have guaranteed won the game with the Pikachu charge up, but I don't think we can play to that out. Should I have counted it actually? I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that would have been 4. It was 4. I was 60. Maybe it was actually better to play to that out. It's just bad if they have Weezing though, yeah? And now... Oh, no, I messed up. Oh, no, I messed up. I'm dead to Sabrina. No, wait, I was always dead to Sabrina, yeah? I was always dead to Sabrina? I was always dead to Sabrina. Because the only thing I can Pokeball for here is a Pikachu or Joltik, which both die to Tauros. Okay. I thought I messed up when I missed. No, their Geo is spent, but they have a Sabrina. Anything I would have Pokeballed would have still died to Sabrina with the Tauros. They use their Geo early to clear this. Or clear the Zebstrika. All right, they don't have Sabrina, so we get we low rolled, but they low rolled as well. This is just the whole game, so there's no reason to take other game actions. Oh my god! That's so frustrating. You did 2 heads in 2 different points. Exodus, thanks for the prime. Appreciate it. We have first energy advantage, but they're also a Weezing deck, so it's not necessarily free. God, our opening hands have been so atrocious. Good golly. Hopefully. Actual best possible. Let's see if we can draw some basics. Hey, Comics Cave, thanks for the gift sub, appreciate it. So I have 5 basics, 2 Pokeballs, and a Professor's Research, and 12 cards. So loosely, 2/3 of our deck here gets us to a knockout on this Ekans. We lost 2 66%ers in a row last game, so we're due to hit. We're due to hit this one, right? That's how that works. Can't tell if our opponents have a connection issue or what's going on exactly. That was their only Sabrina. I think I'm gonna... If I Sabrina them and hit them with Joltik, it's bad against their copy of Leaf plus Arbok. I think that's the line, though. That's close. Losing an attacker is just really rough with Pikachu being our follow-up. Yeah. I think I'm clearing out the other Ekans this turn. It's close, though. And then I can deal 30 to Arbok, and then Galvantula can finish it the following turn. There's no sustain in their deck. No other copies of Sabrina, no copies of Red Card, no reason to play this out right now, I don't think. But I need to draw some more basics for Pikachu to be a real card, though. Arbok's so good against this Pikachu deck. Let's just draw running Sabrina's here, yeah? I already used the Sabrina. Oops. Alright, Pokeball's not bad. We're not dead on board, but we're pretty far behind if they have a Koga. I need to draw another basic next turn. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's 2 basics, a Pokeball, and a research. So 4 out of 7 get us to a full bench for Pikachu. Oh, I just can't retreat and we're dead. Because they have the Koga. There were no ways around this, yeah. GG's opponent. I don't think I had anything I could do in the second game. The opponent's draw was just really good. And then the first game, obviously. Those were 2 basically unwinnable games. I navigated that first game as best I could. But losing back-to-back Zapdos flips where we needed 2 coins is pretty devastating. Pop back into some more Articuno games in between. Yep. That's just how it be. Zapdos the least valuable player there, for sure. A reason why I don't play Celebi. It's unfortunate that this deck is forced to play Celebi, essentially. Yeah, about 89% to win that first game. About 11% of the time or so, you'll lose two Zapdos flips like that in a row. I really just want to emphasize how objective I'm being when I say this after I lost 2 games where there was effectively nothing I could do. But if you think Pokemon Pocket is 90% luck-based, you're so terrible at the game, you don't understand why you're terrible at the game. Card games of all sorts, whether they're Pokemon Pocket, or Marvel Snap, or Magic Arena, or Hearthstone, will always give you a reason to look at and say, oh, this was all luck, or I couldn't do anything. And sometimes that's going to be the case, but a lot of the time it's not. And people that write it off as being mostly variants aren't being reflective enough or don't have the skills to understand what they're missing to get better and improve at the game. See, just get better and improve at the game. It's fitting to have this conversation over the Misty coins happening here too. Well maneuvered. The existence of non-games like that is not the absence of skill. If you want to play a game that's truly skill-based, you should go play chess. But if you actually take a bit of introspection and are honest with yourself, the reason why you're drawn to card games and don't want to play a purely skill-based game like chess is because variance is good and fun. It's the life's blood of these games. I agree from a design perspective, I'm not a fan of Misty. Misty is the type of card design where one person feels cheated a significant amount of the time. Either the Misty player feels cheated because their card did nothing, or the person playing against Misty feels cheated because Misty did something. I think from a pure design perspective, Misty is an atrocious design, and I wish it wasn't in the game. God, our Eevee's been popping so far this set. Holy. Put him down. Thank you. You had to play Developer's Advocate. Why would they put a card like Misty in the game? They put a card like Misty in the game because variance is fun. Because some people just want to high roll and move on to the next game. Why do people play slot machines? Yeah, exactly. Exactly that. Why do people play slot machines? This is why. I'm gonna evolve to Vaporeon here, I think. So that way they can't Brock and clear this next turn. And I'm gonna tempo Sabrina this turn as well. And the next turn we'll Leaf. You're playing a water deck, but you registered the Pikachu deck in the tournament. So if you're new to how tournaments work, you don't constantly have matches. There's a lot of what we refer to as downtime in between rounds. So when I'm not playing the deck listed as the tournament deck, you can know that it's not a tournament round on the channel. Swap to this, wash out an energy up here, crack for 80. Sorry, I'm just opening the live now. Well, you're new to the channel, so welcome. As a heads up, we always try and communicate a lot in advance here. So when I'm playing a tournament round, there'll be a tournament round banner up on the screen, and the deck list I'm playing in the tournament will be listed in the stream title. So I always try and do a lot to allow people to learn to fish, so you can be informed and make good choices with the information provided to you. Do this, wash out an energy up to the new one, crack you for 40. Probably done here, yeah. Some classic Misty v Brock gameplay on your screen. What's something fun and competitive to play? You should check out the 2 different roundups we had on the channel recently, Connor. I have one set of decks that's focused specifically on decks that are good for the 5-win streak event, and then there's a meta report from Sunday as well, talking through the latest successful tournament decks. There's some overlap between those two groups, but not 100%. Are we staying in the tournament at 1-1? Yeah, I'll very rarely drop a tournament with 1 loss. I think the only time we'd bail with 1 loss is if it's the first round or there's another tournament I could join later that day. You're always live for Top Cut with a single loss in tournament structures. The Blastoise coin is sweet, yeah. Theoretically, 15 more minutes in our tournament round, but only 1 match still going, so hopefully it'll finish up a little early again. I lied. The Blastoise coin isn't sweet. It's pure evil nonsense BS. I hate it. Imagine enjoying the Blastoise coin. Wait, maybe I'll take it back. Give me a second. We got 1. Rip. Probably Torch Tier if they have a Starmie. Blue is Gary Oak, canonically. What's your favorite deck that forced you to strategize the most? The Lumineon Starmie deck has been my favorite tournament deck because it has what I refer to as the most player agency inside of its games. It has the most meaningful in-game decisions and most frequently feels like my choices impact the outcome of the game that I'm playing. All right, looking for some basics here. Got 2 of them. That's not the droid we're looking for. So far, our Lumineon has done actual nothing. We've just been an Articuno cheese deck in the games that we've been winning. So next turn, we'll be able to evolve into Vaporeon, Leaf back to Articuno, wash out our energy up and crack for 80. I'm surprised we haven't gotten a teaser video yet from before Mythical Island dropped. I'm not surprised at all. The teaser video for Mythical Island dropped 4 days before the set was data mined to be released. The next set is data mined to be released on the 29th into the 30th. So I would expect we'll get our teaser video the Friday before. Should be this coming Friday would be my expectation. If they follow a similar timeline. No, I looked it up. It was 4 days before. Even if it was a week before, we're still technically more than a week out. But it was 4 days. I'm really just hoping they don't screw me personally and release their teaser video over the weekend, because we have a overnight trip with the kids Saturday into Sunday. I won't be able to do a reaction right away if they release it on Saturday. Switch DM, thank you for the 28 months. Welcome back. Glad you enjoy the Discord space. What happened with Snap? I know it was down in the US for a while. The parent company of Snap's publisher is the same company that owns TikTok. And to protest the law banning TikTok, they took down all of their apps in the United States. Will you buy a Switch 2 as soon as it releases? Probably, because I'm an easy mark. Alright, we're gonna tap some Twitch ads here because the tournament rounds are all done. Hopefully I'll have a pairing here momentarily. We're gonna play some more Pikachu there when that comes back up. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. The rumored launch price for the Switch 2 is like $450 though, which is like more than a PS5, so it's kind of steep. I don't know, it'll probably depend on what the launch titles are. My kids aren't really chomping at the bit for anything. Yeah, I'm hoping we get a spoiler Thursday night / Friday morning. If you're watching on the YouTube side, don't forget to tap the like button on the live stream. Got over 500 viewers, but only 450 likers. Pump that number up, I wager. I hope they don't make the new Pokemon game Switch 2 exclusive. That would be sad. I hope that... I don't know. The thing about Switch 2 exclusives, they would probably be better optimized to leverage the hardware more. Like, making things backward compatible with new releases means they're going to be, like, toning down the graphics and stuff. Do I not get ads because of a pre-installed ad blocker or geolocation? I mean, if you have an ad blocker, that's probably why. Could be geolocation too, though. Would you say the best build for Blastoise is the Tauros Druddigon deck? Absolutely. All right, we have an opponent checked in, and they are playing the Lumineon Starmie deck that we've played a bunch of. 2 ducks. So Farfetch into Joltik is potentially really challenging for us. They have 2 ducks, we have 2 Joltiks. In my experience playing this from the Lumineon side, first energy advantage tends to be a big deal. Zapdos is our absolute best starter here. It's so strong. No reason to play out more bench Pokemon here, I don't think. That being said, even though we have first energy advantage here, the opponent could flip heads on a Misty and effectively steal that first energy advantage back. It's one of the reasons why, despite being weak to lightning, their deck has such good play in this matchup in my experience. It's weird being on this side of the board. Yep. Alright, let's top deck a Giovanni and completely ruin their day, huh? I suppose if I hit X speed, the Jolt Tick also ruins their day. I have 2 of those. No Starmie is big game for us. Yeah, so they top deck it this turn, though. I'm in trouble. The way I played this game has been really punishing. The Pokeball was their draw for the turn, so in theory they don't have Starmie again. I think they're probably supposed to switch to the Farfetch and crack this to 50, so that way the Finian threatens to clear it. Luminion. That evolution's called. I think I'm just taking the knockout. I'm just gonna take the knockout. If they have the Luminion here and take this knockout, I get to clear it on the backswing, which makes us 2-2. They found Starmie, yep. I think we're ahead here because of the way the energy advantage is lined up and how long, more specifically, how long it took them to find Starmie. Because this Pika's gonna clear this, and then next turn, my Sabrina plus the other Pika is gonna be good enough. I guess they could have other Starmie here. If they have other Starmie, I could die to their Sabrina. Yeah, they need other Starmie this turn and then Sabrina the following turn. Starmie with Geo lives the full Pikachu Blast here. It only does 120 total with weakness. Oh, they need the Misty as well. Yeah, good call. I forgot they needed Misty too. In my brain, this could attack this turn, but they can't. Yeah, they would need Misty Heads. And again, just like the game is closer not because of first energy advantage. We had the first energy. I'd really appreciate it if you don't accuse my opponents of stream sniping. In fact, I'm going to give you a 24-hour timeout for that. Most people aren't stream sniping. It's really rude to my opponents to make that accusation. Don't do it, my chats. That's true. They technically stole first energy advantage with Misty. That game more came down to them not having their Starmie on time, yeah? More than anything. Well, I guess we'll lead Pikachu. Need to evolve Joltik into Galvantula right away so it doesn't get threatened to get cleared by Luminion. And Blitzel thankfully has 60 HP, so it doesn't go down to that either. Oh man, are they just bricked? That's the worst feeling when your deck's playing 6+ basics. Oh, that's not how we want to win. And honestly, I think this is a good, for people that were here earlier, it's a good discussion arc. We were talking earlier about how we lost a match due to like incredibly bad variance. There wasn't a whole ton we can do. The thing gamers don't acknowledge enough is that those games happen in your direction as well, right? Like it's so easy to remember the games where you got screwed and there was nothing you could do. And it's really easy to forget the fact that you also got wins because of the same thing. That's one of those, we talk about that negativity bias that humans have a lot of the time, right? Where like the things that are bad that happen to you stand out way more vividly in your memory than the things that were good or neutral that happened to you. Yeah, if you don't have any bench Pokemon, you just lose when your active is torched. That's why you're guaranteed to have a basic in your opener. Smeth's Kitten, thank you for the brand new tier 1. Appreciate that. Sorry for the rough game 2, yeah. Appreciate the support. Hope you're having fun with the Starmie deck in general. It's definitely one of my favorites right now. All right, we have some more Articuno games in between rounds. We're 2-1 in the tournament. After some bad beats and some good beats. 2 chances for string cheese. Tell me more. We are wired to remember bad things more. Yeah, it's an evolutionary response, right? Like, you know, if you're out with Ted and Ted eats a berry and then he dies from stomach pain, remembering that that berry killed Ted is gonna save you in the future. Whereas, like, remembering something happy that happened doesn't give you a survival benefit, right? It's a lot of Pokemans, gamer. Shouldn't have hit the berry, though. Yep. His sacrifice will be recalled. Just remember, Ted was a jerk. Ted had his moments, for sure. Does Jeff kill a new Ted every time he says that example? No, same Ted. We don't sacrifice Ted needlessly around here. I just remember it very vividly, Chad. I gotta bring him up. He needs to not have died in vain. What about sacrificing Johnny's? We love to sacrifice Johnny. He's our favorite. They didn't have their evolution this turn. That's good for us. Give it a shot. I think they're very intentionally making trading friends only because they want it to be a social component. People who know other people that play the same game that they're playing tend to stick to those games and play them longer. So it is not an accident that there's going to be a social component attached to Pocket's trading economy. Do you buy packs here or are you free to play? Imagine spending money on a mobile game. You think I look like some kind of idiot spending money on a mobile game? Yeah, right. What kind of person would do that? Exchange money for pixels. Have to be some type of idiot. All right, we Blizzard here, and then even if they have Charizard, a Lumini on top deck, we'll win the game. All right, 2 Lumineon, 2 research at redraws, 11 cards. That's true. Vaporeon does potentially buy us a turn here. Oh, no, yeah, still need the, what's it called? We're gonna die. We're dead to Sabrina here. Which is a card they frequently play. Sabrina could buy some time. That's a good point. I could have potentially done it. Oh, I'm so sad. I only have one knockout point, chat. Sabrina does not win. That's fine. The EV's lethal. Rats. Unlucky. Imagine not dealing 160 with your 1 energy basic attack. Couldn't be me. Chip in a chair, hope in a dream. Sam Bam, thank you for the brand new Prime. Appreciate that. On our way up towards 2,100 concurrent subs, towards our 2,200 subscriber goal. For people that, I should plug that a few times throughout the course of the day. For people that are new, or you've been enjoying the regular Pokemon content, you haven't been by the channel before, making content here on the internet is my full-time job. And I'm taking a crack at focusing on all Pokemon stuff this month, but unfortunately, the direct support from not doing Snap has fallen off quite a bit. When I'm focusing on Snap, I averaged about 2,700 concurrent subscribers. So I'm not trying to get fully back up to where we were at with Snap, but in order to focus on just Pocket, I need to make sure we can still pay bills and feed children. So if you have the space in your entertainment budget and you enjoy my daily content, consider throwing me a $5 here on Twitch. Or if you have a free Amazon Prime sub, you can do that every single month for free on this channel or any other channel on the platform. And I'm not gonna stop doing Pocket if we miss on the goal come the end of the month, but we'll probably diversify and split the days with Snap and Pocket like we were before. Is my loose game plan. Feeding children's over it. They're such greedy little creatures. They want to eat like 3 times a day, sometimes more. My children actually don't eat meals. They mostly snack. So usually it's like 4 or 5 times a day in smaller increments. Chad Go, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Appreciate that. How long have you been married? My oldest son is almost 11, so almost 12 years. Real easy memory tool. Jake +1. Now the date, April 19th. April 19th. Right, married on April 19th, and then Jacob was born in February, 10 months later. Mother's maiden name, nope. I would love to run down your Graveler, thank you for asking. Imagine moving Drudigon to the front against Lumineon. Oh my gosh, did my opponent just DC? I think they DC'd in the face of the Neon chat. Nope, they're back? Alright. If they have their second copy of Leaf, I don't have any non-bench attackers, so if we brick on Sabrina, we could actually lose to this golem. It's gonna come down to, do they have that second Leaf? Nenriku, thank you for the small pile of gifted memberships on the YouTube side. Appreciate that direct support. Okay. That buys them a turn. Oh, they also have the second Leaf. All right, I'm gonna need... Oh, I need my one Sabrina here. Even the one Sabrina's probably not enough, though, yeah? So I think this will still have the protection on it, or does the protection wipe when it goes back to the bench? But they'll just be able to retreat the Hitmonlee, right? So we're torched either way? I think we're torched either way here. Give extra basics, unfortunate. GG opponent. Ahaz boom! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Appreciate that. Yeah, I think so, Jetto. Part of the reason we're doing all pocket this month, regardless of numbers, is I think it's got a lot of growth potential, and I'm just having more fun with it. And I also think there's a chance we'll get a bit of an organic bump with the new card pack and then the tournament at the end of the month too. Fingers crossed. Do Prime subs or direct subs help you out more? Prime subs depend on where you come from. I get 70% of whatever you spend on a paid membership or subscription. And then Prime subs vary from between like 1 and 2 USD depending on where your Prime is from. As the TLDR. I think I'm opening on Articuno, question mark. We are currently 2-1 in the tournament. There is 1 match outstanding. So hopefully we'll have a new round soon. Double Misty, probably scuffed. You can double Misty them back, narrator. Let's not forget Turkish subs with a true growth. That's true. Prime subs from Turkey are 9 cents. The average Prime sub's about 1 USD though. US, Canada, and Australia are the top at 2.25, but most ones outside of that are about $1. They do, Mars. Okay, Eevee, your turn. We're gonna pedal till the end of this match, and we're gonna take an ad break, and then hopefully we'll have a new tournament pairing. Hey, Trash Panda, thanks for sticking around, appreciate it. I don't think I want second Finian. I think ideally our board is like Lumineon, Articuno, Vaporeon. I think we chill for the time being. What do you mean Turkish subs are 9 cents? So if you're an Amazon Prime subscriber, how much your Amazon Prime sub gives in support on Twitch varies depending on how much you pay for Amazon Prime services in your country. So the countries where Amazon Prime subscriptions are most expensive, i.e. Australia, US, and Canada, pay out the most. And then places like Turkey pay out the least, down to like 9 cents. But on average, the non-US Canada ones are about $1.10 or so. But there's a lot of variation. If you Google it, there's a Twitch article online that shows you what the exact breakdown is. There's an Eevee. I think we're just chilling for now. Yeah, paid subscriptions have localized currency for tier 1 all over the world. Are subs less than $6 some places? Oh, they're $8 now. So the $8 subs are actually only on mobile. This is a good lesson for everybody, by the way. You should never spend any money on the Twitch mobile app. Everything on the Twitch mobile app is more expensive than doing it in your browser, and not because it gives the content creator or even Twitch more money. It's because it gives more money to the platform. If you pay $8 a month to sub to someone on Twitch, that extra money is because you're giving Google or Apple extra money every month. Because every time any money goes through an app on a mobile platform, they want their cut. I guess we'll put Eevee up. I'll have to burn a leaf now. How often do you play around red card? On the ladder, generally when it doesn't cost me anything. Playing around red card usually doesn't cost you equity, which is one of the reasons why it just like gives up a little bit of information, and the information isn't worth a ton because good players are gonna know the cards you're likely to have anyways. I'm supposed to save this for after I put the other Articuno out. Calm down, Misty. The way they've sequenced, it smells like they have Giovanni. But if they have Giovanni to clear this, they also need Ralts or Potion, or sorry, Krylia or Potion to keep this from dying to Lumineon and being the game. So you can use a Prime Sub on the Android application, but you can't use a Prime Sub on iOS because Apple told Twitch they wanted a cut of Prime Subs going through their application. And Twitch promptly told them to F off. So the reason you can't Prime on iOS is actually because of Apple, not because of Twitch. Apple was like, well, if they're sending someone money, that counts as sending money through our app, and we want a cut. If you're on iOS, you can use this link in your browser to Prime Sub on the channel. So I'm gonna retreat here, and we'll put this up, and we'll Aqualiner the Krylia, and then they need a Gardevoir plus a Potion to not lose to the second Lumineon next turn. Champ, thank you for the brand new primer. Sweet. Lumineon's such a sweet card. Alright, I need to run to the restroom. I think we're going to be done with this deck. This deck definitely just felt like kind of a worse version of the Starmie deck I like playing, for lack of a better term. We're going to take a quick ad break. Hopefully when we get back, our next tournament round will be up. If you're just joining us, we're playing Galvantula Pikachu EX in our tournament today, where we are 2-1. If the tournament round's not up when I return from our restroom break, we're going to brew our next viewer deck. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, because they're tapping the like button on the live stream. BRB. Hey, Fat Thumbs, thanks for the primer. Appreciate you hooking it up. Perfect, our round just paired. What are the squares in the bottom left of the cards? Those are the cosmetic flares I have assigned to them. We're playing against interesting build of Celebi this round. So they've got Celebi, Superior, and then they've got 2 Delmais as opposed to the Executor lines. 2 Erica, 1 Giovanni, 1 Sabrina, 1 Leaf, 1 X-Speed. First energy advantage is probably a big deal in this matchup. I have an X-Speed to pull Joltik out of harm's way here. Need some more lightning Pokemon to go with our Pikachu. If they have their one of Sabrina, we are going to be in a bad way. Five basics, a Pokeball, 2 research, so 8 cards get us to more bench Pokemon next turn. All right, let's research into double basic, huh? Whoa. I feel like after playing this Pikachu deck today, I feel like I would play 8 basics in this deck moving forward. I have felt significantly squeezed on having appropriately benched Pokemon. How many expansions will Pokemon Pocket come out with in a year? Likely 4 large and 4 small sets. About 1,200 cards per year. I mean, I actually don't think it's that crazy how often this happens. I think probabilistically you probably want more than 7. Just use my supporter for the turn. Something to think about is that you are more incentivized to use your things like Sabrina more aggressively when there's still 2 researches in your deck, because if I draw research, I'm likely going to want to play it right away, which makes it less likely that I want to, that I'll have a window to play both of these out later. Come on, give me any electric Pokemon, any basic. Perfect. Okay, so we do this. I think I'm sitting on the X speed. Definitely switching. It's just whether or not I want to use the X speed. So they're going to put Delmise up, and they're going to crack me for 90. And then if I draw an electric basic Pokemon again next turn, Giovanni plus Pikachu can clean out. Oh, they don't want to let me clear this. Yeah, that makes sense. I think we're dead. Just have 2 Ericas. I guess if they Erica, they can't Geo. If they have their 1 Geo here, we're gonna be in trouble. They don't. Okay. That means I can draw a basic and clear this. How many basics? 3, a Pokeball, and a research. Research doesn't do it though, because I need the Giovanni. Erica just like blowing us up at any point here. Not having first energy advantage and us never having basics until too late. Just a little too much to overcome there. I'll go to the next one. You know, it's honestly not surprising to me that my first time playing the Pikachu deck, it feels like people don't have enough basics in it, because people not playing enough basic Pokemon is a theme in literally every deck in this game that other folks have been optimizing. So it's not surprising to me that this one that really needs a full bench also feels light. Is the new expansion going to be big or small? It'll be the same size as Genetic Apex, 3 packs. Ready? If we find a Zebstrika, we're in an okay start. We can pressure the Snivy on the bench. I think, generally speaking, this matchup's hard for the Pikachu deck, if I recall the matchup tables correctly. Looking for an X speed at some point. I'm gonna drop the energy here, because if we pick up an X speed next turn, I would like to Sabrina something up and lock it in, I think. Oh, I guess if they have Superior, they evolve out of the bench lock, though, yeah? And because I didn't put energy on Pikachu. We hit the X speed. I suppose if they just have, like, their Superior, they clear their Galvantula, and if they clear their Galvantula this turn, I just don't have any comeback potential, yeah? Yeah, and our opponent's not even playing the Executor version. Like, I'd assume the Executor version just, like, fully stomps us. We need a pretty sizable low roll here, and even if they have the low roll, the Erica's insulating them. If they hit a 1 in 4 and then we get to charge up Pikachu, we could be okay. Fucking tease. Yeah. I am ready to drop this tournament. 2 and 2. This Pikachu deck was not very much fun to play. That's good. I hadn't played a meta deck in a little while. It's a good reminder that even the most interesting of them feel kind of dry and not particularly powerful. I don't enjoy playing decks that are just trash into the Celebi deck, and that felt really bad. And the opponent was even playing a bad build of Celebi, right? Like if they're on Executor, we're probably even worse off than we were there, huh? I would wager is the case. Is Garvantula meta? There really isn't a super established, this is the one build of Pikachu that you play, but all of them are bad against. All of them are bad against Celebi. I don't think any of the Pikachu decks are good into Celebi eggs. Let's take a look at what the matchup table looks like real quick from the last big tournament. Take a peekaboo. Pretty sure they're all trash. Yeah, 66% against Pikachu. The Raichu ones are the least bad against Celebi. Well, I mean, I know the sample size is smaller, but similarly good for Celebi. This is limitlesstcg.com. This is where all of my metagame reports come from. Yeah, Starmie Lumineon is pretty close into Celebi. It's one of the reasons why I've liked it. The sex matchup tables are so sweet. You're just like never get dumpstered in anything. All right, let's dive into our next viewer submitted.com. The build, we have a request to build Promo Mankey, so I assume that's old Primate. Waiting friends here. Galvantula feels like Electro, but Joltik is worse than Voltorb. They're very different. There's spots for Joltik. Apologies. Normally I don't mind the children talking on stream, but she came in yelling. I don't know if anybody caught that a little bit before the microphone muted there at the beginning. Loud child. Is that Aerodactyl? Maybe it's just Marshadow as the extra ones. We'll play like we'll play a duck here and then some XPs and stuff. Kevin, thank you for re-upping that Prime for the second month. And Nero, thanks for the 2/3 of a year. Glad you're having fun with the Pokemon stuff. I am too. Super pumped for new card packs here soon. Looking for Celebi deck list. So I do a meta report roundup every single week, talking about tracking trends in the top tournament deck lists. But if you want to dig through tournaments yourself, you got to click into the tournament and then click standings on the Limitless page. If you're just looking for best builds, I follow those week to week. And again, for what it's worth, for people speculating on the Galvantula build not being good, I think the Galvantula Pikachu build is fine, like most Pikachu builds. It just has a polarized matchup into Celebi. There's plenty of good decks that have polarized matchups. And what's the other word that I'm searching for? There's plenty of good decks that have polarized matchups. Just because we had a bad run with something that's put up multiple results doesn't mean the deck is terrible, right? I don't think I'd play Pikachu again because I hadn't played much of the deck and I didn't have a lot of fun with the play patterns of it, but that doesn't mean the deck is bad. Too many people, when they're talking about decks, they're like, oh, I lost with something so it's bad, or oh, I won with something so it's good. And that's super reductionist. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What other heavy hitter here? I don't know what I do. Just like another Geo, another Sabrina, and then a Leaf. It's weird how Starmie is straight up better than Pikachu, card for card. I mean, that's not remotely true. Again, if your goal is to get better at games, one of the best things you could do is remove the idea of strictly better and strictly worse from your vocabulary. They are situationally better and situationally worse and generally just different. Simply assembling 2 cards is not free. How do you submit a viewer deck? You know, with scrubbing the tournament, maybe we'll take another viewer deck or 2. This is my last one I have in the queue. Folks were asking earlier. Let's say I'll take 2 more decks tentatively. So I'll pin the links above the chat with instructions on how to submit, and the first 2 to get in we'll play today. And in the meantime, let's play some Primate Fighting Box. Why is it referred to as Fighting Box? I have no idea. I've heard a few people speculate on that, but that's just what the general Pokemon community has been calling it. I've heard some people say it refers to being a toolbox, but I don't know. From coming from Magic, this deck's not really toolboxy in the same way Magic decks I would consider toolboxes. Gut Punch, thanks for that brand new primer. Appreciate that. Time to get quacking here on the opener. I'm definitely the one who came up with the name. I was boxing up my Pokemon cards at the time. That tracks. What do we think of this switcheroo? We take the knockout and then Primeape is primed to clean this one out. If they have Giovanni here, the Charmander could clear our promo Mankey, but otherwise with the Primeape here, we're in a real good spot. Sodded, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Appreciate that support. Farfetch plus Primeape, interesting. Yeah, because we're playing 2 energy Primeape, I'm not playing Aerodactyl. That gives us room to play Duck as well. Genetic Apex Primeape is so good. It's alright. It's tough to enable. Like, your promo Mankey going down to 40 HP is, like, not nothing. You two gaming. Fine, we won't kick anyone. We needed this last turn so we could hit them with Reckless Charge and then evolve into this. Space 40. Marshadow does Marshadow does 100. So Marshadow plus Primate plus Geo does clear this Mewtwo. Yeah, I'll be curious to see how promo cards work with trading when that drops. They technically don't have rarities that were listed as tradable, but it feels like it'll be a pretty big miss if they're not accessible. The fact that, like, new players right now can't get Promo Mankey or Promo Jiggly is a pretty big miss. Crack him for 100. So if they side drive me here, Primate cleans them up and then they have no energy left, but they're also building towards a Gardevoir, so that might not matter. Let's do something with Tentacruel. Sounds good. It's just Submission Alex. I pick up this knockout, but I don't know that we have a plan to pick up a third point here. So these fighting box decks tend to be kind of mid into Mewtwo, which is why I'm partial to the build playing. I think the two far-fetched builds are the least bad against Mewtwo, and if you play a Mew in them as well, like the one I recommended in my win streak video, I think is your best possible chance. It's tough. These Primate builds especially, just mostly, regardless of the Primate, get chewed up and spit out. Is there a world where I should try and squeeze Mew EX into Starmie Lumion? I just don't think Mew EX helps any of that deck's bad matchup tables. Your harder, closer matchups with Starmie Lumion are like Pikachu Celebi are like your closest to 50-50s. And Mew is like markedly bad in those games. Like your Mewtwo and Charizard matchups are pretty solid. Speed probably wins the game here with Hitmonlee. What's the best Magic deck you ever played in any format ever? I mean, most Magic decks I played were bad. Similar to how I enjoy Pokemon Pocket, I mostly played off-meta things, even in tournament settings. Yeah, I tested Tauros in the Starmie deck. And while it lets you win the game in some spots you wouldn't otherwise, it's just so bad. Anytime it's your lead Pokemon, which happens. Let's top deck X Speed and Pokeball into Mankey to clear this Joltik, huh? Or Farfetch. Farfetch also clears it. Using X Speed. I think I'm kicking the Electabuzz, so like the Pikachu gets cleared due to weakness anyways. Is Poliwrath worth trying out? Not really. Its payoff is just really low in proportion to how weak how inconsistent stage 2s are. Torms, thank you for the gifted sub, appreciate that. We geoed for 10 more. I guess this lets Electabuzz finish us potentially. But Primate Pier is just not going to take its foot off the gas, huh? You get to Mankey, clear the Joltik, and then they don't have any attackers next turn, and this is going to clean everything in one. You're like, any game you don't draw Starmie in the Lumineon deck is an auto loss. Disagree. You win plenty of games with Farfetch'd and Fish. You're right, the games where you draw the other ones are easier. It's Starmie. Starmie generates the free wins with the deck, the one you have to work the least for. This primate means we're done here, yeah? Cleaning them out. Oh, right. We already had a knockout point, so actually literally done. What are your plans for the future with Marvel Snap? As long as I'm having fun with Pokemon Pocket, and it's providing a sustainable source of income for my content, it's gonna be my focus. Follow my joy as long as the numbers make sense to allow me to follow my joy. Abra Gaming. Push up some basics. I think we're digging for a Minky at this point. Or a Farfetch to get Quack in. Play Marshadow out at least. I don't think I need a second on either of these just yet. If we find a Sabrina, I might Sabrina the Abra back to the bench so I can kick it. Because Alakazam has 130 HP. So marking some damage on it. Oh, they're swapping it out for us? Thanks. Jeff, do you think Paralyze and Sleep are fun and interesting in the current game? Yeah, I think those mechanics create tension and uncertainty. One of the things that a lot of people don't understand about Pokemon Pocket's gameplay is that the coin flips are really important for creating uncertainty, because Pokemon Pocket's gameplay is very chess adjacent otherwise. If there weren't effects like Sleep or Paralyze or Executor's coins or Celebi's coins or Zapdos's coins, you would regularly have players get into a checkmate situation very early. What do I mean by a checkmate situation? I mean, you would get to a point where you look at the game board and go, okay, this game plays out over the next 4 turns. I do this, they do this, I do this, they do this. They have no possible lines to win. And the thing that the coins add to the game is the ability for you to look at it all and be like, oh, this favors them or this favors me, but it's not a guarantee. I need to actually continue to play the game and make decisions because there's tension and uncertainty in how the game plays out due to the coins existing. Having those coins prevents what we refer to as garbage time dominate Pokemon Pocket, i.e. looking at the games and being like, nope, we could just move on here. One of the things we quite regularly have people pop up on is they'll be like, "Oh, Jeff, why did you retreat here? Like you were in a good spot. Why are you leaving?" And it's like, or they're like, "You could still win this game." It's like, well, the way this game plays out over the next 3 turns, I actually can't win this game. Unless my opponent disconnects or makes a really awful play. I saw someone on Shorts making some puzzles with Pockets, the way things played out, but all of them hinged on no coin flip gameplay. Yeah. Oh. Magic the Gathering players are the biggest idiots who are delusional about how their game works of any card game I've ever played. Seeing someone unironically write there is no coin tosses in Magic the Gathering shows how fundamentally you people don't understand your own freaking game that you play. Magic the Gathering is the singular highest variance game you will ever touch. And it's high variance because of the core systems of the game. Magic the Gathering is littered with what we refer to as implicit coin flips. What is an implicit coin flip? An implicit coin flip is a 50-50 or probability state where there's a variance thing happening, but it's not a literal coin. In Magic the Gathering, a very common implicit coin flip is, do I hit a land this turn, or do I hit a spell this turn? Quite regularly, you'll look at your deck and you'll go everything over the board and you'll be like, well, I'm 50-50 lands and spells, and I win the game if I draw a spell, or I lose the game if I draw a land. Or vice versa, it's early in the game and you need your 3rd land drop. For people that are new here, you're not familiar with me and my background. I've been streaming on Twitch for over 12 years, and like the first 8 or 9 years of that was a majority Magic the Gathering. So I'm not speaking from a place of Jeff doesn't know what he's talking about. I've played an incredible amount of Magic the Gathering. It is easily the highest variance card game I have ever played. And I also want to make it clear when I say this, that is not me saying that to tell you that the game is bad. Variance at its core is a good thing, and it is the life's blood of fun games. So many people talk about, oh, game has variance, ergo it's bad. Pocket and Pokemon TCG with their literal coins just create an environment where players can't lie to themselves about the variance because it's easy to see. When it is an explicit coin flip as opposed to an implicit coin flip, you can't be like, oh, this is pure skill. Whereas people who have bad statistical understandings and bad understanding of the games that they play, it's easy for them to miss the many implicit coins that they have. What makes a competitive card game good? If RNG seems not good for competition, then literally no card games are good for competition. Is poker a bad competitive game because it has RNG in it? Is chess the only competitive game because it has no variance? The presence of variance is not the absence of skill. Is a false dichotomy a lot of people don't seem to understand about their games. A lot of people make that jump, which is, well, if my game has variance, it doesn't have skill. There is skill in mitigating variance in the game that you're playing. It is skillful to make good decisions to play through bad beats. And again, that's not to say you can win every game that you play, but it is to say the idea that these games are devoid of skill because they have variance is also not true. Unless turns are taken at the same time, there's always at least one flip on who goes first or second. Ooh, now I get to talk about the fact that I've played Marvel Snap for thousands of hours over the last 3 years, because Marvel Snap has simultaneous turns, and Marvel Snap having simultaneous turns actually means it also has an incredible amount of coin flips, because a lot of what goes into Marvel Snap is where you and your opponent played their cards simultaneously, i.e. my opponent played their card here and I played here so I win, or vice versa, that happens so I lose. In ego shooters, there's no variance and mostly skills. That's also not true. Also decidedly not true. Shooters are team games, and there's an incredible amount of variance in your teammates unless you're playing with a full stack. And most people don't play those types of games with a full stack. But if you're talking purely about some sort of tournament where people are bringing in full stacks, sure. But that's not the reality of how most people play those games. That's true. Marvel Snap's priority system has coin flips later in the game as well. Also true. Lots of shooters have RNG damage. Yes, they also have recoil bullet spray patterns is something that's common inside of shooters. Again, I really just can't emphasize enough that when it all boils down to it, none of this makes these games bad, and none of this makes these games not competitive, which is the false equivalence or thing that people try and get to and say. It is a-okay for a game to have variance in it and also be a competitive game. I don't think, based on your comments so far in this chat, I don't think you're a good culture fit for my channel. You should go find someone else to watch. I think we'll move along now. Probably should have done it from the start. Is Twitch chat usually more active or YouTube? Usually Twitch chat. And that's in part because I tend to have slightly more people watching on Twitch a lot of the time. Alright, if we could dodge a Giovanni out of them, we could dodge a ball. But unfortunately, a lot of the time, the opponent's deck is a Giovanni deck. my Happy Meal. My children will be pleased that they will get extra Happy Meals soon. All right, if we could dodge a Giovanni, we can dodge a ball. This Primeape draw lets us beat a Sabrina, which is nice. We needed that. A lot of these decks play 2 Geos like us, though, so I wouldn't be surprised if we're scuffed here. Yeah. The Aerodactyl build of the fighting stuff is definitely solidly favored in these pseudo beers. It just gives them this tanky thing that clears most of our stuff in one, especially with Geo. We're gonna take a quick pause for the cause and let some adverts roll, and then we're gonna move along to our next viewer submitted deck. We've got a Tentacruel build around, and I think I want to try building Tentacruel Greninja this afternoon. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Would you ever consider doing a stream with Haley? She really likes spending time with her dad. She does like spending time with me, and I don't mind my children coming in organically and wanting to be a part of my, like, if they come in and, like, say hi or hang out for a minute, that's fine, but I very explicitly think it's kind of yucky when people try and monetize their children. Papa Savi, thanks for the 3/4 of a year, so. No, I don't ever really intend to do, like, this is explicitly dad and child for that gimmick or whatever. Gives me bad vibes. Yeah, something like the Marvel Rivals, like the kids wanted to play Marvel Rivals with me and I asked them if they wanted to stream it and we did. Like that was fun. We play off stream a good bit. How can you be a capitalist if you're not all in on child labor, mood? It's not a very good one. You like Rival so far? It's all right. I haven't played much this first season. The kids have been playing other things. When I'm sitting down to play a game by myself without the kids off stream, I ask myself the question, do I want to be mad? And if the answer is yes, I play Marvel Rivals. If the answer is no, I play Genshin Impact. I haven't really felt like being mad while playing games lately, so I've been playing more Genshin. The League of Legends role? Yeah, basically. How angry do I want to be during this gaming session? No? Nah. Are you a whale in Genshin? I am a dolphin spender in Genshin. Being a whale in Genshin is, whole different tier than some of these other games. I spend like 20 to 30 bucks a month on Genshin typically. Mandalane Axe, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate it. I know someone that spent 100 grand in their first year Genshin. Yeah, I don't do that. Who's your main Genshin? I've been playing a lot of Gaming since Seat Lolly dropped. But I like the greedy on-field character time. So like Gaming, Mawika, Chow, Alhaitham, Wanderer. I think I want the second duck. Do I want to give up the Sabrina or the Giovanni? What breakpoints does Giovanni help me hit? I have Greninja, so I could probably do without the Geo. I spent 850 euro to C6 my Yay Miko. Yeah, I don't do that. The hardest I've ever whaled a Genshin character is I have a couple of C2 5 stars. Most of those I just saved up for over more minimal spending. But yeah, I'm an endgame Genshin player. I max the Imagination Theater and clear the Spiral Abyss with 36 every cycle. One of the big things about Genshin Impact that I really enjoy that is very different than a lot of those other games like Raid Shadow Legends or Marvel Strike Force at all is that for people that haven't played it, like I know hearing those numbers that people can spend like puts people off, but Genshin's not a PvP game. It's an open world RPG that has like a ton of exploration to do and like hundreds of hours of fully voiced quest, and you're only spending money to get more characters or make them more powerful against the PvE environment. They're not like pitting you into a whale war where whoever spends more comes out on top. And their monetization doesn't have a bunch of flash deals that are like ticking down timers in your face telling you you need to buy this or you're going to miss out. That game makes a giant pile of money because it's just like a genuinely very good game. All right, so I think we are going to Tentacruel to start here. So we'll X speed out, we'll crack him for 20, and then we'll have a deal 50 plus poison next turn. The old gentle slap. What do you think of Endless Zone Zero? I liked Endless Zone Zero when I played. I probably played 4 or 5 hours of it. I just don't have time for another live service game in my life. All right, we lose to a Misty Heads here. Tale as old as time. I guess we're not in a great spot either way. So I'm gonna hit them for 50 plus poison, and then they clear us next turn. I need to hit a Froakie. Fetch ain't bad, actually. So I meant Frogadair, whatever the middle stage was. So this does 70. And then the Farfetch'd actually clears the Articuno next turn, yeah? Because they go to 60, and then if they clear me, they go to 50, and then they take 10 from poison plus 40. Tentacruel looking real solid for its damage output. What are stage 2s, gamers? And then we've traded up on tempo here overall, so they're down 3 energy and 2 knockout points to our 2 energy and 1 knockout point here. And we just need any of our stage 1s to really be in the game next turn. I have a leaf at least. We'll burn on that while we get something powered up. Blastoise EX is going to be a little scary. I'm going to leaf this turn rather than X speed. Because I'm not playing another supporter this turn. And if I draw like research, I want to be able to research plus X speed in the same turn later on. If they hit Blastoise, but I hit Tentacruel, I think we could still be in a decent spot. We'd have hit our Greninja. We'd have also been a decent spot as well, but... All right, it's fine. We're gonna draw Professor's Research and hit Tentacruel plus Frogadair. So it's Sabrina here. And then we'll crack this. And then if they don't draw another Blastoise or a potion, the Greninja clears over 2 turns, yeah. I wonder if I was supposed to switch to the Tentacool here. Hopefully I just draw a Tentacruel next turn. Maybe I was just supposed to duck this. Although I guess if I ducked this, it would deal 100 the following turn. I guess this is actually better, yeah? Yeah, I just should have ducked this last turn. I'm dead to, I'm dead to Sabrina now. I guess it would be second Sabrina. We're beating single potion, not beating double potion. And if they do have double potion, Tentacruel would be our out. It's a really close game, despite them having good variants and us having bad. You think they will eventually increase the deck size? Absolutely not. In fact, Pokemon Pocket is the first and only card game I've played where people... For people that are new to card... I feel like it must be because it's a lot of people's first card game. Card games don't randomly make the deck size bigger. That's just like not a thing. Pokemon Pocket is a game that's very carefully and clearly designed around 20 card decks and playing 2 Research and 2 Pokeball. I would be absolutely floored if they ever planned to expand the decks to be bigger. Would not make sense in the space. It completely unbalances everything. I think so many questions about the deck size increasing is twofold. I think 1, this is a lot of people's first card game, and 2, people are confused because the deck editor has extra slots in it. But the deck editor having extra slots in it is more. The deck editor is just a giant disaster in general, more than anything. Are there even different deck sizes outside of Magic? No, not usually, and that's because it's typically pretty bad design to let your players play extra cards in their decks. And the reason for that is letting your people... It's generally speaking optimal to always play the minimal amount of cards to reduce variance. So by letting your decks be larger than the minimum, you're just encouraging your inexperienced players to make a bad choice. Well, opponent's draw is bad and my Greninja is here on curve, so we're gonna run him down. Drip, 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 drip. Is watching on YouTube Live or Twitch better for you? It's honestly a wash. There are some months where my YouTube ad revenue is better, and there are some months where my Twitch ad revenue is better. Whatever is more convenient for you. A pile of cards usually get 5 wins. We had 5 wins with a Hitmonlee Baby Pidgeot deck. Had some really sweet games. There's a highlight from that one up yesterday. I think I lead on Duck as a punching bag. Whenever you're going first, you'll notice that I explicitly don't play out my extra bench Pokemon here. You basically always want to research or Pokeball or whatever else before you play out your bench slots, just in case the extra things you're drawing from here impacts your decision on what you're playing to the bench. In your Muck video, you talked briefly about how tight the damage numbers are, notably because of Giovanni's 10 mattering a lot. My bachelor's is in game design, specializing in balance, and you hit the nail on the head. I made a Twitter thread going deeper on that topic last week or so ago. Pocket's game balance, some of the most stunningly on point I've ever seen. I completely agree. As someone who plays a lot of digital card games, I genuinely think Pokemon Pocket's first 4 booster packs are the most balanced environment I've ever played in a digital card game. It's so phenomenally well done. I think I'm gonna give him a point here. You wanna give him a point? I'm gonna give him a point. That being said, balancing your game gets harder the bigger your card pool gets. So I'm definitely gonna be curious to see how well they keep it up. You know what's an interesting thought that I didn't consider that perhaps I should have? If I would have cracked them with the duck last turn, I could have water shurikened to clear this to not trigger Marshadow. Is an interesting, maybe I should have considered this perspective, because Marshadow's Revenge explicitly only applies to getting knocked out by attacks, not Pokemon abilities. Do you think cards will be rotated out of standard eventually? 100%. But I also would expect that Pokemon Pocket's standard/rotating format will depend on a 2-year cycle like paper Pokemon. So I would wager we won't see cards rotate until fall of 26. We're like a year and a half away. I expect all the sets released this year will have a... I would expect all the sets released this year to be like 2A, 3A, 4A, and then the second year will be Bs, and then they'll rotate an entire letter's worth at a time. What does card rotation mean? So, card games tend to only allow you to use the most recent couple years worth of cards or 3 years worth of cards in their standard format. And then they'll have a bigger format that's called non-rotating, where everything that exists is allowed to be played. It basically makes the game more digestible for new players. So that way, if you're someone brand new coming into the game, you only need to focus on getting the more recent cards and not, you know, a decade's worth of cards. So you'll have a rotating and a non-rotating format. And then Tentacruel does 60 for 2 here effectively, so we get to snag this win here. Feels real good. I appreciate all the regulars hanging out today and the new people as well. My Twitch tracker here says we've actually had over 50 new follows today just on the Twitch side. If you're someone stopping by for the first time, you haven't done so already, and you're enjoying the vibes of the channel, make sure you tap that follow button and come back again. If you're watching on YouTube for the first time, tap that subscribe button. I stream very regularly here. It's my full-time gig. You'll find me here Monday through Friday during the week. Usually stream from about 9:30 Central till about 3 or so in the afternoon. Sometimes we go a little bit longer if we have a deep tournament run, but generally speaking, I try to do 5 to 6 hours per day. We do viewer deck submitted days like this where we play a big range of things every day, but even when I'm picking out what we're playing, we're usually trying to color a little bit outside the lines. I enjoy the competitive aspect of Pokemon Pocket a lot, so usually we try and play in one of the community tournaments at least once a day when the schedule lines up for me. What do you think of Galvantula's play? Galvantula seemed okay, but if I'm being honest, I was kind of whelmed by the Pikachu deck for my first time really playing it. At an absolute minimum, if I were to play the Pikachu deck again, I would play more basic Pokemon. Having only 7 basics felt like far too little in most of the games we were playing. With the Tentacruel draw here, I'm just going to go ahead and give him a Gentle Slap, and then we can evolve into this to clean them out next turn, which is great. I've been playing the Farfetch'd Army Lumineon deck you posted the other day. It's fun, way more than Articuno. The Articuno deck's the most boring thing in the game, so more fun than that's a pretty low bar. Look at this greedy opponent, not playing out another bench Pokemon, failing to respect the power of the Tentadaddy. I think this is actually my favorite Border Flare effect. The colored circles look so good. I wish more cards had them as an option. This core is actually kind of sweet. I like the Greninja shell a lot, and Farfetch plus Tentacruel is a nice bit of pressure to play around it. I've always been a Pokemon fan, but this is my first card game. I've been learning a lot. Thanks for hanging out, Gary. Yeah, for people who are familiar with my background, I have a graduate degree in mathematics. So before I started doing content full-time, I spent some time teaching at both the high school and college level. I think that experience comes across well in my content here. Yeah, putting the poll up, asking people to like the live stream on YouTube actually helps an incredible amount with the number of people that like the live stream. No, it's our first time playing this. We had a viewer request to play some Tentacruel. So we're jamming this afternoon. I was like, this is something I haven't tried before. Winner here is quite quacked against Dratini. I'm gonna play the other frog out, and then this last bench slot will be for Tentacruel. What do you mean when you say core and shell? So a core or shell differs from a deck in that a deck is a specific set of 20 cards, whereas a core or shell has some cards that you want to play, but the details around it vary. So like a good example is the Fighting Box decks, or a Fighting Box core or shell. There's a lot of details that go in and out, right? When I tell you it's a Fighting Box, you're like, all right, that means we're playing Marshadow, probably Farfetch'd and Hitmonlee, but even like the Marshadow, it's really just Marshadow, Hitmonlee, and there's other details around it. Our opponent is very dead here. Jeff, I've completed all my solo battles, and I've lost my motivation to come back and play. I'm gonna give you the best piece of advice you're ever gonna hear about any video game or mobile game in 2025. If you're not having fun from just playing the game, you should do something else. Trying to escape that pre-programmed, oh, I have to be generating value from what I'm playing is just one of the biggest things to get more enjoyment out of games today, you know? So many of our games are just like designed to be Skinner boxes where you're not playing them because they're fun, you're playing them because you're checking off a chores list. Blue Attack, thank you for the baker's dozen, welcome back. Yeah, the Sabrina here with no other bench Pokemon means we're done for sure. Yeah, Capitalism grind set must monetize every aspect of your life. Opponent appears to be in the never give up, never surrender mindset, but we're just going through the motions here. You know a solution? Buy the battle pass. I mean, even the battle pass doesn't really have that much specific stuff you need to do. You'll instantly do it pretty cleanly. The opponent's not playing fire energy, so Strudagon is not attacking us. Hey, DNL, thanks for the 3rd of a year. Appreciate that direct support that helps keep me around. Peace, Gut Punch. Waiting on the opponent. Are we upset that our Dragonite deck got crunched? I don't think I've ever seen a Drudagon attack. Some of my favorite Drudagon decks get to attack with him. You should check out the Greninja Drudagon Tauros deck at some point. It's really solid because it gets to attack. Thanks for making me your work from home company, Spicy. Yes, I believe we've lost the opponent.
Down here, salt is a way of life.
Obviously, the environment down here is all salt. The ceiling's salt, the floor is salt, the walls are salt, and to the extent the air is salt. And you breathe that in and you constantly taste the salt.
This much sodium's not healthy for you, chat. Your doctor's gonna advise you change your diet. Wait, are they here? Oh my god, this is premium sodium. They haven't even closed the app. They're actually full griefing us by running the timer down multiple turns in a row. There's not even a ranked mode in this game, and these people get this bitter. Like, I can't, like, are we really playing like the D tier deck and then getting salty when it doesn't work out? Like, what are we doing with our lives, gamers? Like, this isn't even the event queue. We're in the random freaking player queue playing for 15 account experience. And we're this bitter about an L with our D tier deck? Hey, thanks for the primer, Spicy. Mr. Beluga, thank you for the 16 buds. I think it's hopefully really awesome that Second Dinner is going to pursue a different publisher from Snap. On the content creator side, while I can't it would be breaking an NDA to give you details, I can tell you that basically every time I've had a negative experience interfacing with the people who make Snap, it was because their publisher was being crappy, not because of Second Dinner. So, I'm sure they benefited from them in a number of ways, but from someone who has a little bit of a peek behind the veil, I think it's potentially very good for Second Dinner in the long term if they get out from their current publisher. No thanks, bud. No thanks. Yeah, I think we open on the duck. Let it take a hit or two while we charge up someone in the back. Had someone last night run the timer all the way down every turn until they lost. Oof. I need a baby frog, gamers. I need a baby frog or a big jellyfish. What's going on, Normalize? Good afternoon. Lumineon Eevee Enjoyer. Yep. The energy on the duck, the way this opener is with our hand. There's a question if I want to crack the Finian. I think it's no. This forces them to evolve into Vaporeon or Retreat. We have double potion? I feel like getting double potion out of my duck would be worthwhile. Oh. Well, that seems scuffed. Definitely about to Sabrina this dork down. How do you feel about mobile games where you enjoy it but feel pressure to spend money to keep up with the meta? I mean, Pocket's probably the least of that ever. In fact, looking at how the numbers break out, if trading is at all reasonable for Pokemon Pocket, it'll easily be the most free-to-play friendly, successful digital card game ever. As is the way the economy is currently structured in free-to-play Pocket, is you get enough freebies from your logging in and other stuff that you can get enough 4 diamonds and 3 diamonds to have functionally 2 copies of every card. With the only asterisk there being, there's variance in what you open, right? So if trading lets people smooth out the variance in what they open, it would be a really big deal. Hey, Ramos, thanks for becoming a new supporter on the YouTube side. I appreciate it. My poor duck. All right, I really need a Tentacruel. We're gonna be in some trouble. I believe we have died. Definitely dead to a Starmie. Maybe they don't have Starmie, and then we have a shop. People talk about no grinding options. I mean, there isn't a card game that exists that lets you endlessly grind rewards constantly. If anything, Pocket giving you 15 account XP per win is more than most games give you. Like, people talk about, like, want ranked for more rewards and stuff, but, like, ranked in most games is a very finite amount of rewards, similar to how the PvP events in Pocket have a very finite amount of rewards. Second, and we get to lead on the duck. That sounds correct. Executor is probably tough for our deck. I'm not playing Giovanni, so I have no chance to scramble it here. Washington Bear, thank you for the 23 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. I think even with this, I'm just hoping that they don't hit heads next turn if they have their thing. How'd the tournament go? I was pretty well by the Pikachu deck. We went 2-2. No, Executor is huge. Their hand is empty, so they don't have Superior either. So they top deck. Hit the 5-win streak with the Rainbow Pidgeot deck. That one's a ton of fun. Definitely one of the best ways to play Pidgeot EX, I think. If they don't clear Farfetch, we're going to retreat back to the Tentacruel. Get some poison going here and damage mark down their EX. Experience means the Farfetch lives. We're going to X speed out here, we think. Keep the energy on that so we can get another Tentacruel or Greninja powered up. Yeah, they really, if they're not going to let us trade 2-stars at Immersives, they really need to figure out something for people to do with who open too many of them. I actually flared my 2 Immersive Pikachus we played with today for the first time because I just have 7 of them. And I was like, all right, I can spend 8k dust to flare these, sure. All right, we need not triple heads. We get one more attack with this Tentacruel. Yeah, cool. That's why I can't play decks that have stage 2s inside of tournaments anymore, chat. Never, ever. Did you open packs to get all the cards? Yep. I'm fortunate to call doing what I do here my job. So when new card packs drop, we just spend the max every day until I have all the cards. Yeah, I think without Greninja, we're actually in trouble here because they just get to pull this Celebi out and then kill this with something else. We're actually just dead to them switching to the Celebi and attacking twice, but they don't know that. Superior will also do it. GG, opponent. All right, gamers. It's a little after 3 o'clock here. All of my kiddos are home from school today, so I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it an afternoon in about 6 hours. We're gonna do a nice full day again tomorrow. Remember, if you're looking for more content from myself, we've got daily videos up on the Hoaglandia Pocket YouTube channel. We had a Muck Sandalet deck up there that felt like a really sweet dark variation if you missed it this morning. And I'll be live again at 9 a.m. tomorrow. I think we'll probably do some viewer submissions to start, and then there'll be another tournament tomorrow afternoon for us to play in. I think we might play a Farfetch'd Fighting variation tomorrow, because it's been a minute since we played one of those in the competitive setting. Everybody enjoy the rest of your Tuesday wherever you're at, and hopefully we'll see you again tomorrow.